Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, December the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you. All right. Well, so thank you, Casa, for posting all of that. This is, I guess, the encapsulated reason for this huge downturn in this FSTX. Now it's had a nice pop from 284 back up to 435. So something to do with the merger agreement pursuant to Amendment 3, et cetera, et cetera. Parties have agreed to reduce one of the parents' conditions, et cetera, to complete the offer. So that is the reason when this first started, I thought, man, maybe they're going to announce a financing. But so it is that news right here that cratered FSTX, but it's had a fantastic pop, 286. So William, do your work, do your work on FSTX. What are they worth? There are other things happening. Let's take a look at Tesla. What a nice run now for Tesla. Was it so at 120? Yeah, it's about 120, so it's up about 6%. And big pep talk from Elon, I guess, after hours yesterday or this morning. I'm not sure. It probably was after hours. Hey, come on, guys. If you have to deliver the cars yourself, quote unquote, almost. So anyway, big pep talk from Elon trying to rally the troops. And our huge star from yesterday is not over yet. What a run Kala had, Kala. Of course, I had the big run yesterday. Big run yesterday, and the high yesterday was 1748, and this morning it got up to 1860. Sorry, 1995, or pulled back a little bit. Had a great, nice run in the after hours. You can see it looked like that was going to be about it. I think it closed at around 1242. And then after hours, I got up to 1654 and then 1760. This is the mauve area you're seeing on my 15-minute chart. That is after hours yesterday. So this is not over yet. So will the new one be NUWE, as Blue Collar has pointed out a couple of times? So NUWE, another one of these. Now this is very low float, 287,000 in the float, regaining well, they had that information that they regained NASDAQ compliance, and then they got some kind of a deal with ICE, or sorry, not ICE, but ICU. Yeah, so C-Star, so ICU, US licensing pack for acute kidney injury device for pediatric patients. Okay, so anyway, some news for NUWE and also for ICU, sorry, ICU. And as I'm talking, HOTH. This was the one yesterday that I said had a very similar share structure to Kala, Kala, but I did not see any specific news. And now here's our news. I mean, again, do you think this is a big deal, a little deal, or no deal? The market's telling us right now it's a big deal. So FDA acceptance of an IND application. What was Kala's news yesterday? Was it the same sort of news? This was a clinical trial announcement. Okay, this was a clinical trial announcement, so not exactly the same type of same news. Yeah, it doesn't take much to pop a stock these days, or sometimes, and that's exactly what's happening with Hoth. I mean, it's in huge infancy stages of whatever they're going to do, but the market is, traders are right now piling into this one, and again, that float, 1.26 million in the float. Speak about early stages. So I'm looking at RNAS, RNAS, RNAZ, RNAS. which had a nice, okay, actually it's pulled back quite a bit now. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on this MPAC, guys. This is a SPAC. I think they're having their deal on tomorrow. I think they're going to vote on the acquisition tomorrow. I'm just going to keep an eye on this. I might do something crazy, like take 100 shares or something if it keeps moving down, just to see what happens once that merger finally takes effect, or they announce when the merger is going to be, and sometimes leading up to it. But I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. But that's why this popped up on my screen. RNAS. So I've not seen this one before. RNAS. When I say this one, and again, it is pulled back mightily from 90 cents right back down to 70 cents. But they're in phase zero. Never seen that FDA phase zero. It's a go ahead for a human try. Ever seen that one, William? To start phase zero. Now, the China education stocks are getting whacked today. Now, we've seen this. We've seen this game before, guys. You know, Chinese government says, you know what, we're going to tighten our restrictions or tighten supervision over the online education from companies like EDU and TAL and GOTU. And then they come out a couple of days later, you know what? People misread what we were saying. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but we've seen this game before with these China education stocks. I will mention this one. I think it pulled back a little bit, but let me take a look now. RSLS. No, it has not pulled back. Wow. So it's still running here. Not, I think when I first saw it, it was only about 20,000 shares. So it's 41,000. So the volume is starting to pick up. RSLS. And I don't see a specific reason. I'm just scanning my headlines. I don't see a specific reason for it yet. I did see QNRX, but I think it had pulled back. Yeah, it came all right back down here, but it is moving now. QNRX, it wasn't on my list, but let's make it part of the list now. QNRX, not S. Don't see any news on it. You know what? I think we're starting to get into the small bio frenzy again. Okay, low float frenzy again, and most of the low floaters are bios. So all traders are looking at is, man, we want to find today's Kala as an example. You know, if you missed Kala yesterday, we want to find Kala, the one that's going to be Kala today. And who knows, maybe it'll be Kala again. There's another one, Blinn. No, yeah, I think it's a health. I think it's Blinn. Health, health farmers. No, it's digital. Okay. So some kind of a deal with Shopify, BLIN, some kind of a deal with Shopify, available on their platform. Probably not going to be that exciting, but it's another low float, 9.4 million in the float. And BXRX was also up huge, another low float, super low. I mean, yeah, look at this, 80%. So you can just see we're in this environment right now, guys, where we've got these real low float bios. Just some of them are just exploding. TGTX is starting to pick up. I did see some aggressive price target somebody posted. Let's take a look at this from Benzinga. Okay, what are they? So now we've got a little bit late. Morgan Stanley cut Tesla from 330 to 250. Anyway, okay, what do we got here? Hmm. And now I remember somebody wrote, yeah, with BOA, Bank of America, have a price target from 5 to 6, so that's underperform. Didn't somebody put a price target of 30? Oh, I got you. Okay, so Casa, so TGTX upgrade to 24 from Wainwright and 5 to 6 from Bank of America. Okay, so we've got there we go. Have we talked about Hoth? Yeah, oh, of course, Rob. We've checked Hoth. It's just a matter of what is it going to do. There's a 35% on FDA nod to begin the trial. Begin a trial. So, I mean, again, traders are desperate, grasping on any sort of news to see if they can pop the stock. Next high up here is in that 840, 850 area. Now, I remember I was just terribly wrong in my prognostication of Cala, thinking it might stall at around 650 yesterday. Of course, it did not. But when I look at Hoth, I look at a bunch of stuff right around that between 850 and 880. I think, my interpretation of Cala's news yesterday a little more significant than Hoth's, but sometimes it just doesn't matter. All right, I will do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades, which I think are going to be zero, like they've been well past 2 days from the analysts. But I'll do a quick look, and the answer is okay. We've got an upgrade for Netflix and a downgrade for Loop. I have one upgrade. This is from briefing.com. I'm sure there are others out there, but this is just from briefing.com. Well, yeah, I mean, it's super extended right now. What it's going to do, I mean, we just don't know. I mean, it's all about the float. 1.226 million in the float. It's all about the float. It's traded 2 million right now. But let's take a look at the weekly chart on Hoth, and let's see if it did break out over this level here that I think could stall it. What's the high here? 790. So we're at 782. So the next high in the weekly chart is, sorry, it's 838, 838. See, all this stuff is here. All that is here. Now, my goodness, I mean, if it can, nah, I mean, it's not going to break out over 1822, is it? Because at one point, this is probably split adjusted, but at one point, this was, split adjusted 4074. And we go back here in April. I'm sure this has done several reverse splits, or at least one reverse split. Yeah, Hoth is not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers. So again, that adds, that takes away the ability to put some downward pressure. I mean, I know I can't count Centerpoint or Cobra, because they always seem to have shorts of virtually anything. But we'll call it traditional brokerages, E-Trade, IB, Thinkorswim, TradeStation, etc. Probably not a lot of shorts available for something like this. And I don't get too upset. I mean, look, 1.2 that can really help not having shorts. Okay, can save you. Sure, if you can pick a top and it has an utter collapse, great. But sometimes I mean, you think it's got to be over. It's up at 7, it's got to be over. Let's start to short it. It goes to 8, goes to 10. Well, maybe it's over now. Goes to 15. Very, very dicey. I mean, it's dicey going long also. 1 for 25 in October. There you go. So Hoth had a 1 for 25 split. And you know what? That They probably had a split before that also, because I mean that only brings that up to about what 26, 27 million shares pre-split, which is still very low. My guess is they probably had a reverse split some other time also. But did it really go to 40, or is that split adjusted? I think that could be split adjusted, PJ. I don't remember this going up to 40. But again, our charts, like good charts will always show the split adjusted price. Well, again, they only had 26 million in the float and they did a 1 for 25. To me, 26 million is still very low. So they could have done a reverse split before that also to get it down to 25. Anyway, we'll see what happens today. That's all we can do is see what happens today and hang on. But we've got a couple of them, obviously. NUWE. Well, I guess we've really had three. I mean, Cala could still do something crazy. How many times have you heard me say, well, there's a big, in the daily chart? You look at this candle right there, you say, well, I guess that's got to be the biggest candle we're going to see for a long time. And then the next day, even a bigger one. I'm not saying that's going to happen, of course, with Cala, but it's still strong. It has not had a big, like a big pullback. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 9:17. Let's take a look at the sectors. So we're in for a positive open to start. Okay, we're in for a positive open. Going to click on the dot. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on new, or I did click on new, and then I'm going to click on show more, and then get down to the sector status. So what you're seeing here, so look at energy, guys. So right now, energy is the weak sector. So XLE, the main ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 90% in red, that means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means, okay? So take a look at tech, 90% are up from yesterday's close. I mean, communications, 94% up from yesterday's close, etc. Okay, so the weak sector right now is definitely energy. Now, this can turn around, of course. We look at this half an hour from now in a different way, look at the change from the open and see what happens. And as always, like to take a look at the major sectors and compare it to what's happening with the 200-day moving average. So there it is. So XLE still above, still holding above well. Retail XRT. You know what? I'm on another new build. Going to give me this headaches again on the daily chart. XRT. So XRT is continuing to drift away from that 200-day moving average. Consumer staples should be still above the 200-day moving average. Yeah. And I'm not going to do it. It's going to frustrate me too much to try when these daily charts aren't loading. For some reason, it seems to only happen when I type in these sectors, but we've seen it enough. I think that let's take a look at technology, XLK. Just do one. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. So Hoth. Yeah, Hoth. I mean, we're getting right to that level here now. If you look at that daily chart, no pullback yet. I guess here's where a 5-minute chart will help a little bit more. There's a 5-minute chart for Hoth, so there's a potential entry around that 790 mark on a 5-minute chart. And the volume picking up, the volume is picking up. And sometimes in these movers, I mean, I do have a 5-minute chart. It's just on my other screen, so I certainly do look at it. But yeah, I mean, look at the volume picking up on the 5-minute chart for Hoth, HOTH. Oh, you're right. I forgot to post the actives. You are right. Thank you. Let me see if I can find them. I don't think I deleted pre-market. There we are. Okay. Thank you for that. Forgot about that. Oh no, I'm sure you're half right anyway. I don't know everybody, but I mean, there's no question. I mean, people who missed Cala yesterday, but you know, it's funny. They may be looking at this and thinking, ah, must be over. You know, Cala. Just take a look at Cala, what it did yesterday in the pre-market. Okay, I mean, it was up. It was. It did not have a massive move, and what the massive move was once the market opened. Okay, so whether or not Hoth does the same thing. Oh, the news is ridiculously fluffy. But again, it says I always say it doesn't matter what we think. So so we've got some EV plays, guys, going. I mean, probably dragged along by Tesla, but there's XPEV, Rivian, Lucid. How is KWeb doing? Other than the education stocks, how is KWeb doing? KWeb is it's up modestly, so it's nothing earth-shattering with KWeb. Don't forget about BXRX. I mean, BXRX is up 81%, and it's the lowest float out there compared to, well, maybe not in every single stock, but the ones that we're looking at, 492,000. Actually, I'm wrong. That's right. NUWE has 287,000 in the float. Tesla guys over 120. It looks like the double digits for Tesla. Probably not going to happen. No time soon, anyway. All right, guys, I think we have less than a minute. I don't think William announced it to me, but okay, guys, yeah, we have about 30 seconds till the market opens, and I'm going to get rid of this. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down. I'm going to have to watch Hoth, though, to see what it does. You know, if it has a little pullback, then a jump, I may get into it. I'm not recommending you guys do the same thing, but it may not pull back at all. All right, guys, we're now open. So Hoth right at 9, right at 9. or trying to get through 9, I should say. HOTH, trying to get through 9. Failing so far. Stick an alert up here. See if it blasts through 9. Kind of like that. Wow. Kind of like that. This is going to get halted, guys. This is going to get halted. This is halted. It's not appearing in our halt resumes, but you can tell it's halted. How can you tell? When you see the bid ask and it stops. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, a stock like this, if you look at your time in sales or something that you have and it is not moving anymore, you know it's halted. And look at the potential here. Now, again, if you're unfamiliar with the halts are typically 5 minutes long. And this is from our halts resumes. Okay, I'm sharing this one. So there was the halt at 9:30 plus 52 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 9:35 plus 52 seconds. Okay. And this is what you're seeing here. And this will change over the 5 minutes. But this is the projected open. So you can see halted at 9:85, 10:50, 10:50, but that can change, of course. And it doesn't have to be a 5-minute halt. It could be a 10-minute halt. Usually there are multiples of 5. Okay, guys, NUWE next. And I think that's going to be halted also. Yeah, that's halted also. Again, you just have to look at time and sales or whatever you have. If it's a fast moving stock and all of a sudden you don't see any action, you don't see any trades, it's halted. So we've got two rocket ships, NUWE and Hoth, and people are bailing at, well, bailing, maybe that's too strong a word, but Kala, it's starting to sink here a bit. Still up 21%. And one of our favorite China education plays over the last 3 weeks, Go2 is really giving it up. Again, on that quote unquote news, the Chinese government wanting to crack down on these online education platforms again. And there's EDU. What's Tal doing? I'm sure Tal is under 7. Yeah, Tal's under 7. Ah, I missed. I was going to take the BRX. I know it's a BXRX. I know it's early, but I was going to take it, but I missed it. Just where I wanted to get it anyway. Just trying to take advantage of this frenzy we've got in these small cap bios. But I did miss it. I mean, this still has room. I mean, the next high looking left looks like 667 or so, 658. So 658. So almost $2 to the next high for BXRX. I don't know what Bitcoin's doing, but coin is on the move here. I don't know what Bitcoin is doing. Obviously, it must be moving higher. Now, what time is it? 9:35. Okay, so if Hoth is going to be a 5 minute halt, is another minute or so, little about a minute and a half before it opens, if it's a 5 minute halt. Meanwhile, EDU continues down. The next low looking left. Wow, still got some room. 28.83, or sorry, 28.33 is the next low looking left for EDU. Okay, so this RNAS, it's something to do with IS. No, this was the phase zero. Phase zero. So this one popped up to 90 cents, went back down to 66, and now it's having a run. It had a big run a few, it looks like about 3 weeks ago. Had a big run up to $1.17. So for those of you like to play the even cheaper stocks, something to keep an eye on. Another low float, 8.7 million in the float. Hey guys, I think Hoth just opened, right? Or newly opened. NUWE opened, sorry. Holy smokes, look at NUWE, guys. It really, really popped high. See if I can take a 15 in a big way. Look at the SPY here. Not that NUWE has anything to do with the SPY. All right, a reclaim at 15 could get this thing rocking again, guys. This is some, oof, well, all right, guys, I have treated some of this out, okay? That's why I was pausing. And I was waiting for a 15 break again. It's super, super whippy. I was trying desperately to get it over 16. I couldn't do it. I'm talking about the NUWE. Is it going to get halted again? I'm just looking. I'm going to, believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert at 1634 and see if it takes that out again. Again, I'm not, this is no recommendation. This is highly, highly, highly speculative. The next high looking left was set at 1654. And then after that, it is 1641. So 1650 is a key level. And then 1850 would be the next high. So if it can get back over to that level right there, that 1630, and explode through that, you might be looking at a challenge to that 1850 level. Ah, man, I just could not get out over 16. But I did okay. And now look what's happening. So that's why you got to be very careful. And Hoff just opened. Hoff just opened. Actually, an AI alert. I don't know how easy it would have been to get it at $10 at 1070. Probably not easy at all. So it's halted again. So Hoff is definitely taking, well, I shouldn't say definitely taken over, but there's the 200-day moving average, 990. Whew, well, I guess I'm not going to complain too much about not getting my 16 for NUWE. It has pulled back quite severely now. And yes, well, it's not a rule, but I mean, I typically do not trade in the first 15, but I thought on a 15 break for me, I decided just to do some, but wow. So I don't think it's over yet. All right, I'm sure there's other stuff happening. TGTX guys is on the move here. TGTX. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I am talking internally here. So, yeah, I don't think anybody with the AI, I don't think you could have got this at 1070. I mean, I may be wrong. Could have maybe got it a little higher. Now it's halted. This is HOTH, and I'm talking about it because it does show up here at 1070, but that's where it resumed. Okay, that is where it resumed, and I'm not sure would have been easy to get it at 870 or 1070. Yeah, markets are strong so far. Let's, so far, they're extremely strong. Look at Beyond Meat, guys. Beyond Meat, BYND, coming into probably some resistance around 1280 to 13 for BYND. So the dark horse in all this could be the BXRX. Okay, the BXRX is another very low float. I mean, it's up 97%. It really hasn't exploded since when the market opened, though. Just give me one moment. Yeah, 50 cents is probably way too tight for stocks like that, Hermes, my opinion. Okay, now the downturn in Hoth, guys, the downturn in Hoth, Hoth, and it's halted on the way down. So could be over for a while anyway. So TGTX, yeah, kind of crazy. Bank of America has a around a $6 price target, and Wainwright has a 30. I thought I'm trying to see the 30 that it said, but this is even after the news maintained as an underperform by Bank of America. Interesting. I mean, I wonder why. Unless they're thinking that the drug is, yeah, it's great news. Had great news yesterday, but maybe it's a super expensive. Guys, Tesla is still strong. Had a little pullback to the 118 level. TSLA still strong though. Actually, a little bit, yeah, down to 117, and just a big pop here, guys. That's a big move for stock with 2.69 billion in the float. That is a big move. Boy, Alcoa's having a day. So Alcoa is, of course, releasing earnings in about 3 weeks. That'll be one of the main companies that start to kick off earning season. In about 3 weeks, we'll be at the beginning of earnings season. I know that some of the banks release the week earlier or the week of, but and then we'll see a lot of action. It might be. I mean, the BXRX. It's just that it's. I mean, it has room. It does have room on the daily chart. It's got about $2 to the next high. So I mean, that's the interesting thing. And of course, it's a very low float. Traded the float 32 times. A lot of beaten up stocks just having their day today anyway. Look at Sophie, SOFI, Beyond Meat, Riven, RIVN. A lot of stocks. I mean, this was an all-time low down here. So NUWE is really giving it up. So I guess I'm not going to beat myself up about not getting out over 16. So let's see if it can take out 15 again. Okay, now I'm going to see if it can take out that pre-market high again. Okay, later on. QNRX from Shady, QNRX. Take a look at that one. I know that was active in the pre-market. Yeah, you and I see things really differently. It's interesting. I look at QNRX and I look left and I just see a bunch of potential resistance areas, but I know you look at it very differently for me, and that's fine. So ENVX guys, this had a sort of an interesting day yesterday. I mean, there weren't very many stocks in the large cap. It won a bunch of races, but it was a kind of a little bit misleading because races were won like on 0.16% moves. Okay. So it won a bunch of races yesterday, but this is an interesting follow through now. It closed at 10.98. So it's tacked on, well, almost a dollar from yesterday's close. Hey guys, so Shady's 159 now, 166 for QNRX. And it's a low flow. So I mean, yeah, this resistance areas that I see, it may not matter. I don't see any specific reason for its move other than it's a little bio and they're hot. Goodyear tire on the move, I think. GT. Okay, here's another one that just got halted on the way down, I guess. I didn't see this one when it went one of these acquisitions. So another SPAC that has gone crazy. This is Racy, RACY, and so have they announced? So approve the amendment to company second amended. Blah blah blah. Let's see what else they're saying. Yeah, okay, this is way in advance then. Company must have consummated its initial business combination to August the 15th, 2023. So see who they are looking to merge with. I don't know if they've made that announcement. Okay, guys, Hoth is still halted. Now, it's halted at okay, I have to point this out. Just give me a moment. Something happened here with the AI. All right, what I'm going to do is, believe it or not, I'm just going to put a high price alert at the high of the day. A couple of price alerts here and see if it takes it out. Maybe the high of that candle also 1181. And just see if it has any strength left in it. HOTH. Yeah, no, there's no when you say the charts aren't working, are you talking about like they're not working sometimes for me when I load a symbol and sometimes the daily chart doesn't show up? Just like that. Is that what you're talking about? There's no support. I mean, they're aware it's a server issue, I think. But is that what you're talking about, Randy? So you're not talking about clicking on an alert and having, say, a daily chart appear blank and you have to click on another alert and then you'll get something? So when you mean a new chart window, you mean literally clicking on new and then chart window? So what is your default? Normally is a default symbol that loads. Apple? Okay, so here's Apple. So oops, that's not Apple. Yeah, good point again, Pepe. How many chart windows do you have open? But 20. Well, pro plan. Okay, if you have our premium service, it's 20. If you have our standard service, it's 10. So you have our premium service. So you have the AI and all that. Just, make sure that we are talking about the same plan. Okay. So obviously that's not the issue. So, and all other alerts are working, like you're getting real-time alerts. It's just the chart. Because that doesn't happen to me. I mean, if I load a new chart, Trying to think of what could possibly be happening. Again, if I click on new, excuse me, new, and then chart window, definitely, definitely. So you're saying Apple loads, but you'll see Apple, but you just don't see any data? By the way, guys, does it look good for BXRX? Okay, so I mean that's sort of the issue I have every now and then when I click on an alert on the daily. Now, how about a different time frame? Is it a daily time frame or is it an intraday or does it matter? I'm talking to somebody in our main room about the chart issue. All time frames. All time frames. Wow. Because that doesn't. Well, here we go. I mean, I just tried to load CVNA, but typically it's a server issue. Okay. And so what happens if you do this? What happens if you do this? So Apple, and then if you do you have it symbol linked? So when you open a chart, a new chart, is it symbol linked? So that if you click on another alert, if you click on something, would the chart change to, of course, the new chart, but also get data? If I if I symbol link, not that I mean I'm getting data, so I don't have the same issue, but if I symbol link, if you symbol link and now change that and change the what will you get the new symbol and data, or is just when you load the chart at the beginning? Keep an eye on the Hoth guys. It is still trying to hold 10. Okay, now is it possible that you have pinned some stuff, Randy, and that you're not aware of it? For instance, if you do this, click on Windows and show all, okay, as an example, because that could be the case. You think you have only 10 charts open, but you could have, if you've done some pinning, which you may not be, excuse me, aware of, okay? So if you do a show all, are you going to get a bunch of charts showing up on your like 20 that you didn't realize? Because that is a common error before. People would not realizing that they load a layout, and then they load another layout, and they didn't realize that all the layouts that they were loading, that they thought they only had one layout loaded, it was overlaying. So you wouldn't see, but if you did something like this, you would see, like if you moved your chart, it's hard for me to describe right now because, okay, here's a floating chart, here's a floating, and it wasn't just charts. And if I did this, I would see it underneath. I would see a duplicate underneath and maybe a bunch of them. And that's just because people didn't understand, the pinning aspect. It sounds like it's saying if you're getting a message that you've exceeded your chart limit, yeah, I'm going to have to send you to other support. Okay, I can't. Like my troubleshooting is limited. So if you do, so again, so if you went, so assuming you've saved your layout, but it hopefully, and then you close all, and then you load your layout again. Yeah, I'm afraid you're going to have to go to a, higher level of support than I can offer. Sorry about that. But it's interesting. Why do you say that though? You think your TI thinks I have too many chart windows open, but I don't. Are you getting a message that says you have exceeded chart limit? Or are you actually getting a message that says that? Or are you just sort of wondering if that's the reason? Oh, your instinct. Okay. 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 I'm gonna have to let you go then. Sorry. This is the problem I have. Okay. Yeah, I'm not getting the data, but I click on another symbol and I'll get the data. It's just a bit of a pain. It wasn't happening yesterday. I know it's a server issue, but so I'm dealing with it. But that's your issue seems to be very different. Take a look at Lucy. Lucy yesterday was a big mover, but it sold off a lot. Okay, guys, NUWE is trying to come back a little bit here. NUWE trying to come back a little bit. I'm just watching this. I'm seeing if it can take out that pre-market high again. In fact, I'm going to stick an alert at the high 14 now, just see if it takes out 14, which is the high at the bodies of those two previous 15-minute candles. Market is still strong, strong, strong. We've had 45, well, no, we've had a 30 minutes straight up. And now this next candle, 8 minutes into that candle, is up. And Hoth is continuing to hold 10. Boy, Tesla is still strong, guys. 121 now. TSLA, Tesla, still strong. Yeah, we understand high-end circuitry system. I mean, obviously getting into Hoth, earlier. If anybody can predict that at 8:30 it was going to, do this, yeah. But there's still an opportunity sometimes to trade these later on. If you miss it in the pre-market, of course, ideally getting in here is the ideal situation, of course. But we don't know what's going to do this. You take this chalk right there, it could have just collapsed also. So anyway, I of course it's a pump and dump. I mean, there's no question that all of these are, very highly speculative with that float. Put out a little press release and they take off. But you look at Hoff. Again, I'm trying to say to anybody to constantly look at Hoff, but I mean, it held the VWAP 889. It got down. It literally got down to the VWAP and held. If it holds again, it could bounce off that. I don't. We don't know, but there are always opportunities. Setups during the day. Okay, well, you better go to support. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. So BXRX, definitely a big failure here. Did not have the same oomph at all like the other two. Once the market opened, it just didn't really do anything. Ooh, a little extended now, but Novavax, NVAX for from 9 to 10. I think somebody said that and they closed something. Next high looking left is 1111. Is that right? Yeah, so there is, no, I'm sorry, that's 1054. Yeah, 1054 is the next high looking left for NVAX. So, it'd be interesting if we could just kind of base here for a bit and then continue its move as opposed to just trying to chase it. Okay, TGTX approaching 10. Well, we're going to see who's right. Is it Wainwright or is it Bank of America? And yesterday's high was 1152. Well, when you say real-time support, I mean there are people there who are looking at your emails, email coming in. So if that's what you mean, okay. TGTX now over 10. So these stocks, NUWE and Hoth, are definitely acting differently from Cala yesterday. Cala didn't have these big pullbacks during the day. So Tesla still strong, guys. TSLA still strong. Holding the VWAP. 120.31 is the, or 190, well, say 120 is the VWAP. So it's been holding the VWAP. Did you actually get a hold of somebody though, and they did something, or you're just watching and now they're working? You never know. You know, Mr. Keith, I mean, Hoth and UWE had huge gap ups also, but what they did is they checked. Once the market opens, they still kept going higher. BXRX did not, but Hoth and UWE both had big gap ups also. Yeah, Jamie, they should all be up. The only thing, let's take a look at oil and see if energy stocks are rallied at all. So dock channel bar change from the open. So now I'm going to look at this change from the open. Yeah, so look at energy, guys. So what you're seeing here, if you were here 10 minutes before the open, uh, virtually every major sector was up, and that's still the case, except energy. About almost 100% of them were down from yesterday's close. But look what's happened. So there's been a complete turnaround. So right now, every single energy stock is above the open today. Well, every single energy stock that makes up XLE is above the open. So there has been a turnaround in energy for sure. The rest of them are continuing the way they were in the pre-market. Okay, guys, so Hoth moving down significantly now. Okay, so this could be over. It's let's take a look at the VWAP 906. So it's just now below the VWAP. Hey, TGTX still okay. Actually, I'm liking this a little bit better now. Kind of hanging around that 10 mark. Oops. So there's the attraction. The high of yesterday is 1149 or so, 1148. So that's the attraction. I'd love to see this. I mean, for you guys who are already in it, of course, it went. You don't want to see it base at all. But if I want to get into this, I'd like to see this base just a little bit longer around that 10 level, have the volume increase, and then maybe take a run at yesterday's high. Oh, there's no question that they've all lost their gap up, but big gaps don't really bother me that much because I'm always looking at the open, change from the open. So as long as something is, moving from the open, I don't care how much it's gapped up. The gap meaning that first print of the day, of course. So maybe that popped the Captain K. Maybe that popped the oil or the energy stocks, XLE. So the energy stocks were rallying right off the bat. There's the 930 candle. So the energy stocks were rallying right off the bat. RXO guys, specialized freight, except used goods. Boy, that's a very specialized sector. RXO, what's the volume like? Interesting. It is a gap up and go. And what's the next high looking left? Probably to 1766. Yeah, for me, that's just too close. It's less than 30 cents away on a $17 stock. I mean, if we can get through that, then 1825, I mean, it might be worth it. Let's see if it bases a little bit. I'm talking about the RXO. What's the spread like? Spread is only a penny. Hmm. It's over the VWAP. Where's the VWAP? 1720. No, natural gas is coming up at 5 minutes. I just heard the guy say that, Captain. Natural gas storage coming up in 5 minutes. So I guess it's happening at 10:30. Tank, haven't seen you for a while. Good morning. Okay, guys, this RXO. See if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news. Ah, Okay. Okay, so RXL will replace the Joint Corp in the S&P Small Cap 600. So that is a little bit of news for RXO. That's the reason, I guess, for this pop. This happened after hours yesterday. Yes, 1723. So you can see the reaction after hours in that mauve area for RXO, and it's taken out the high of after hours, which was 1731. So that is the reason for RXO on the move. Whoa, so Hoff now, guys, is really a big pop, almost a $2 pop, and it's been halted on the way up. So it may not be over. Okay, so TGTX just pulled back a little bit below 10. So now I can put my alert at 10 and see if it takes it out again. Okay, guys, there's a super cheap one. Remember seeing this one a lot, SKLZ under, again, I'm just pointing these out for people who don't mind looking at the ones that are very inexpensive. These are under $1. And Grom is on the move also. Some volume coming into Grom, GROM, another low float, not a bio. Next high looking left is 201, 201. So it's got some room. Yeah, it's got some room. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, loss of action, of course, HOTH just resumed and did not take out that high up here at around 1085. Still kind of trying to hold the VWAP. Highly risky. Highly risky. Okay, Randy, I'm glad it worked out, but what happened? Did it just start working? Did you actually talk to somebody and they did something, or did it just start to work? Because if I'd like to know what they did so that maybe the next person that has the same issue, I can help. Okay, guys, target TGTX approaching 10 again. Now, this might get me interested. But Randy, I still have to ask, what did you actually talk to somebody, or did it just start happening like on its own? When I say talk, I mean via email. Okay, so it just started to happen. Okay. Okay. I will say this. We are having problems with our email system. It's very frustrating for us. I mean, among other things, we're having problems with our email system that we use. We respond to people and they're not getting the responses, and we are fighting with it's Scout. If you know what Scout is, I'm just talking in general. And it's very frustrating. No, it's not. It's not spam even. It's not even going into the spam folders. It's an issue we have to deal with internally, and it's we may have to change the email system that we're using. Help Scout. Ah, guys. Okay, Cal is just making a comeback here. So this got down to about 14, and it's up to 16. And here's another one that I see every now and then. I call it haywire. Of course, it's Hayward. HAYW. And the next high looking left, it's around 10. So maybe a little too close to that high for my tastes. All right, Ija, I will look at AQMS from our YouTube room. Ija, AQMS. Yeah, well, okay, I know you don't mind these cheap ones. So, a couple things. So, it's through the 200-day, barely. 200-day moving average at 90 cents. So, it's a little bit above that. The VWAP and the 200-day virtually the same. So, I don't know. I guess if it keeps over that and gets over $1, I guess there's some news on this one in terms of insider buying. There's some directors buying 283,000 shares at 71 cents a share. So I guess there's some insider activity. There's another director. Okay, so TGTX kind of giving it up now. Tried to get again to get through 10. Now, so where you're looking at love, I mean, this is a topping play from Zach. So this is trying to have a nice, eventually, a nice day after being really slammed in the media and also DOT, your Department of Transportation, all over Southwest Airlines. It's more than just, snow problems, according to the reports. So Love's high over here yesterday was 33.59. So it's getting close to that. Market is still strong. That was a very mild red bar right there. Yeah, Peter, there and anybody else having chart issues. I mean, I don't know what these your specific chart issues are, but there's nothing I can do. Okay. I mean, I'd love to say I can flip the magic switch. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of Zach's topping scans here. Well, okay, well, Beyond would have worked. Yeah, no, interesting. No shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, it has not right now anyway. There have been shorts available, of course, but for Beyond Meat, BYND, but none right now. But every other so far, I'm just looking at these topping plays from Zach, and most of them have continued to move higher. Yeah, I was talking to another Pete. There's a Peter in the YouTube room, Pete W in our main room. Okay, so now TGTX right back up to 10. So this is impressive. It's been holding the VWAP. 958 is the VWAP. Takes out 10 again. That could get me into this stock. Don't thank me. I haven't done a thing. Here's apps, guys. APPS is interesting. It's not quite a red bar ignored on the way up, not quite. So let's take a look left, and what do we see? 1531, 1557. I mean, these may not stall it, but yeah, Summit had a great end to yesterday. I sort of lost interest in it when I just found it kind of a tough one to intraday trade, but yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, remember this day, it got up to 550. Had a nice day yesterday for sure. Actually closed near the high. The high was what, 490, 497, and it closed at 483. So closed near the high. So it's right near, so it's at its close of yesterday. I mean, obviously, if it can take out five in any significant way, they could get going again. The next high is over here at 540 or so. But I mean, I always wonder when this sort of thing happens, that big giant red candle to begin, 475 down to 450. It's just, for me anyway, this is just a difficult intraday trader. Well, guys, I'm not in it, but Hoth, yeah, shoot, it took out that level I was interested in. I'm not in it though, HOTH. Okay, I guess the one to continue to keep an eye on though is the NUWE if it, gets some traction again. It's about $1 away from the VWAP now. So, but if it took out that VWAP and started to move, that could get some more interest. There's the target. I keep calling it target, TGTX. But you can see it's just a psychological barrier, guys. 10, the 10, just psychological. That's all it is. Just to get through that 10. Because it's nothing to do with the next high looking left, and that's far enough away. 1155, that's certainly far enough away. So it's just that little psychological barrier of getting through that whole number of 10. Here's one that's showing up. ACBA, AKBA, another cheap one, guys. Just pointing these out just in case people who like stocks under a dollar, and it's through the 200-day moving average. There's another one maybe to keep an eye on, AKBA. All right, guys, 10:47. So I will just go over some of the aspects of trade ideas and talk a little bit of our promotion that we've got going on. I'm going to put the link in here. Continuing to watch the TGTX as it just kind of struggles. I don't want to say struggle, but it's just sort of basing at 10, I guess. Just trying to get through that 10 level. Okay, so I just put a link in called New Year's Promotion. So if you click on that link, that's a direct link to the promotion. Okay, so New Year 30, okay? New Year 30 is the promo to use. You get 30% off. Now, it's going to get a little confusing. When you click on select your subscription, it's going to say New Year 25. But obviously use New Year 20, use New Year 30. So we have four plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual, okay, TGTX now over 10. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, so we have the four plans, annual, premium, and annual standard. Premium is 2,000, less the 30%. That'll take it down to 1,400. And the annual on standard, 1,000. That'll take it down to 700 with the discount. You don't have to go annual. You can go monthly. In fact, my recommendation seriously is to start off with a monthly and to make sure you want the program. Okay, you'll get the 30% discount off the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if within 30 days, if you take out a monthly today and then within 30 days you decide you'd like to take out an annual, we'll honor the 30% discount. That's why I'm saying you can try us out for a month, make sure you want the program. Reason I say that is that you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund on an annual. You can't, who shouldn't buy something that you're not 100% sure know what it's all about, not on an annual basis. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, TGTX. Let's see how far this can go. Obviously, I'm in it. That's why I was pausing, guys. I wanted that 10 break, and it took that 10 break. So let's see how far this can go. There's maybe the attraction. Just give me a moment here. When I say there's the attraction, there's the attraction right there, that 1152 magnet, whatever you want to call it. That's the high of yesterday. Okay. That was multitasking. Give me a moment here. Where are you guys? When I say where I don't know. Can't find the room. There you are. So many tabs open. Okay, guys. So yeah, let's see how far this target TGTX can go. Oh man, guys, remember I was talking about this RXO? So they got added to the S&P, one of those S&P, I think maybe the mid cap 600. And I think I was talking about it right around here at 1720, 1750 now. Surprised I'm not shorting DWAC. I haven't even looked at DWAC for a long time. Yeah, wow. I haven't even looked at DWAC for a long time. Mike's just asking me in our YouTube room why surprised I'm not shorting this one. Yeah, not in Hoth. And I wish I just kind of missed that entry. Not in Hoth, but Hoth is right now almost at the high, right? 10, 1250, getting close. High of the day. In fact, it did. Got right up to 1243. The high of the day is 12. I got up to 1243 and the high of the day is 1250. Okay, TGTX continues to make a move here. I'm very interested to see how close it can get to yesterday's high. Okay, guys, talk a little bit about my homepage and all the information you'll find on my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So I don't have to talk about the subscription. There's your code again, so you can click on it right here. They're getting started, so if you do take out a subscription, please do go through the 30 minutes, 10 short videos, starting off with your download and your first login, etc. Okay, please do that. It's a software program. Okay, there is a learning curve. We try to make it easy with these quick videos to get you going. Daily, excuse me, I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week. So there was not one this week, and there's not going to be one next week. They'll resume in January, or I guess the second week of January. But it is a free service. When it gets rolling again, you'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. So we've got a great user guide. Click on the user guide, and there's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Okay. Obviously, more information in the user guide, but nail those down before you look at anything else. There's that getting started section again. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So Michael couldn't do it on Tuesday, so he'll be doing it today. Michael Noss. Some of you may know Michael or have heard of Michael at least. So I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. So again, today it will be Michael. Webinars, I'm not sure when they're going to get rolling again, but you can sign up for them all here. Educational videos about trade ideas. And Michael, again, Michael Noss, I just mentioned him. He put this together. So if you're new to trading, this is a great free resource for you. Okay, look at that spy here. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Okay, so take advantage of it if you're new to trading, or maybe looking for a bit excuse me, a bit of a refresher. Last, my scans. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. I wish that guy who every single day seems to say, how come in my pre-market I didn't see this? Now he's using an alert window, and it's got filters in there that will sometimes prevent it. My advice in the pre-market is to use a top list, okay? Because it changes, of course, and you'll always see the ones that are up the most or down the most. You'll never miss those if you use mine. Okay. And I've been using the same uh, configuration really for 10 years. Because every time that person and others say, how come I didn't see this in the pre-market? I just check my pre-market actives up and down and it's there. Here are the two races, biggest gainers from the open and the large cap gainers from the open. These are the two races that you see here. I've shown you the Halls resumes as he's been super active for the last couple of weeks. And I have other scans that I'm sharing. Okay. So if you decide to take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use either that other link that I gave you, the New Year's, or when you're in my homepage, click here, take out the subscription here. The room will get credit for that. Okay. And also, saving my link allows you to have access to my education section or the education section and my scans. So it's not just all about taking out a subscription. Yeah, RSLS was active in the pre-market. I'm trying to see if I have any notes on that one, or I just have it as a gap up. I don't see any specific news. I know I put it in the pre-market actives, but it did this, and then I sort of lost interest as it fell. It's another low float though. 400. I mean, some of these crazy ones that are under a million shares. I mean, anything can happen. So it just got halted on the way up. And but as William said, very low volume. I mean, the relative volume is huge, 33 times normal, but the actual volume is very low. Maybe it'll perk up once it comes out of its halt, because take a look at this. So the potential coming out of its halt will be around 860, and not written in stone, of course, but if this is a 5 minute halt, it'll open at about 10:04, sorry, 11:04, 3 seconds after 11:04. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This blue box you see, this is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Okay. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, as I was saying in the pre market, Elon did a little pep talk to the troops. And this is definitely caused, or not necessarily the only reason, but certainly Tesla's having a great day, to be up 9% with 2.6 billion in the float. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just wow, Tesla. What a run for Tesla, really. I mean, remember how this got down to I think $104 yesterday, I believe. I think it got down to 104 in the pre-market. Just bring up a big chart. Just trying to find yesterday. There we go. So yesterday there is a low down here. I could have sworn right here. I could have sworn I saw, yeah, right there at 104.76. There was a low yesterday in the pre-market of 104.76. So there's a $20 run for Tesla from that low, the pre-market yesterday. Wow. There's another one showing up on my movers of the upside. Let's take a look at IMAB. What's it doing? Wow, look at IMAB out of nowhere. Nothing happening in the pre-market and straight up on the 15-minute chart for IMAB. What's the volume like? Surprised it's well, there it is up here now. Didn't win a race though. Never did not win one race when it was moving higher. Just means something else at the time was beat it. And the volume, big volume is just coming in now to IMAB. Half the volume of the day is right here on that last 15-minute candle. See if there's any news on it. Don't see any news. Well, this is shortable too. IMAB is shortable. I don't see any news on this. Anybody catch any news on this IMAB? It's a low, it's not a low float. It's China stock, but it's certainly not a low float. 82 million in the float. So that is a pretty impressive percentage move with that float. And it's just accelerating here. And the next high looking left is 418, I believe. And after that is 446. So, but will it stall right here? I mean, that is a big parabolic move. I'm going to check the float on that one, just from our other source, and see if we are the same or same ballpark anyway. Yeah, so here you go. So here's FinViz at 25. Sorry, Yahoo at 25. FinViz at 81, Ameritrade 80, and Wall Street. So these three are the same, basically the same as ours. FinViz, excuse me, Yahoo is down at 25. So that's why when people get all upset about our float data, you can go to lots of different sources. You'll get different numbers than these small ones. Surprised it did not get halted on that move there. That seemed to be a pretty accelerated move, but obviously it did not fit the parameters for a halt. Okay, TGTX making almost making another new high here. Just has to take out that. So the little 1050 level could be a bit of a block, but again, I'm just pointing to this is what traders are looking at. 1159 from yesterday, and it kind of getting even remotely close to that. Okay, guys, so TGTX now over 1050 or right at 1050. And great call by Shady. I just can't take it that early. I just cannot. This just doesn't meet my trading plan to take something. I know he was talking about at 9. I just can't do it. It just doesn't. So I don't mind waiting to that 10, setting up a little bit more just because it has the room. All right, guys. Well, IMAB not halted either. IMAB is still strong here. So the next high, I wish I could, there's no news on this one that I can see. That's a pretty big float, even if it was 25 million that Yahoo has. That's a big move. Look at the volume coming in. Can anybody find anything on this IMAB? Sorry, IMAB? Any news that anybody can see on this? I just don't. Typically, I don't think this is usually one of those that the memers got a hold of. There's no big short float percent. It's not a high. It's not a low float. And somebody mentioned Kava earlier. Yeah, Kava and IMAB look almost identical. In terms of their move. I mean, except IMAP has just gone now parabolic, guys. I'm surprised it's not been halted. This is a parabolic move right here. Look at the volume that came in. There's got to be something happening. I mean, that's 3/4. I'm sure it just got halted. No, no, not yet. I'm just watching the time and sales. Good action today in a lot of stocks, guys. You have your pick. You've got your high cap ones, Tesla, TSLA. You got your mid caps like the TGTXs, and then you got these really some of these really cheap ones. It's interesting because this one is shortable for me, but it's try to predict the top. Now we got a couple of topping tails right here. Next high looking left is 489. It looks like 489 is the next high looking left. Sorry, 446. 446. What did it get to? Got up to NUWE starting to move again. Okay, I had that alert set right at the VWAP. Okay, so it's right at the VWAP. 1312 is the VWAP, so it's just a little bit below it. And that's the NUWE. All right, Arja, I know you're following this one. So there's the AQMS holding the VWAP, getting closer to $1. The VWAP and the SMA, 200-day SMA, about the same. So it's above both. Okay, guys, so encouraging on the TGTX holding 1050. I missed it. I got a little distracted. I think I missed my entry on the short for IMAP. Yeah, I wanted to take it right about here at 430. I mean, I could take it now. It looks like it still wants to move down. However, look at the holding the VWAP 402. It touched the VWAP. Real tough to find tops, guys. It really is. Finding tops and bottoms. Okay, guys. Well, if you're into this sort of thing, AQMS almost at $1. When I say this sort of thing, stocks that are under $1. Where could it keep going to? Let's take a look at the weekly chart because I don't see anything on the daily. So let's take a look at the weekly. So the next high looking left looks like about $1.16. That is the the AQMS. I don't think we had them yesterday, and no, OC, no Cala shorts. But that was probably a good thing yesterday because yeah, look at that float, and every time you thought the stock was making finally going to look like it couldn't keep going higher, it did. So sometimes not having shorts for these sort of stocks is the best thing. I mean, you can time these fine, you can make a pile, but very difficult. Yeah, right on. TGTX, leaving or 1050 behind. Now I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 11 because that could be an area where I might start taking some profit. Okay, here's another halt. A little one, real little one. SABS. It's got halted. SABS. The gentleman yesterday, I can't remember what was his name, who was having problems with the halts resumes. Are you in the room? You took mine, and hopefully it's working today. And you see TGTX showing up on both of these scans, racing scans. These are the large cap and TGTX. What's the float? Yeah, so okay, the float is 134. My minimum here is 50 million and a 500 million market cap minimum. And TGTX meets both of those, just won another race. Did not win a race here. Interesting. Did not win a race here, even though it's showing up, but did not have the 1 point. It did not have the highest percentage gain after the race was over. Does not make it a bad stock, of course. Jungle Gym, that's right. Wow, that is so bizarre. One halt being gassed, and I don't even see that one. How's that possible? GAST? GAST. I mean, it's not. uh, How? Okay, there's gassed right there. I see gassed right there. And the reason I wouldn't have seen it before because when that halted, it must have been under 20,000 shares. Let me put I'm gonna add the volume here because you say you've got a filter for no, I just want to put the volume as a column so I can see the volume. Yeah, so that's why. I mean, I wouldn't have. Whoops, do it again. Don't even see volume. How's that possible? Don't even see any volume for gassed at all. What the heck is gassed? Gabelli Automation ETF. Ah, well, I no, I don't. Well, I'm bewildered. I do see that it got halted, and maybe because the volume is under, I don't know, 100, it's not even showing up at all. And DSB, yeah, so 11,000 shares. Why wouldn't these other ones be showing up for you? And you're using mine. You are using mine. So this one just resumed as an example, SABs. Oh yeah, of course. Those are the ones you're interested in, the Hoths and the NUWE, 'cause those, and even, probably the RSLS. Um, I can't figure out why. I mean, price range, I mean, but you don't have a price range. Give it to me again. I just, just give it to me again, and not in as the free floating, the one that you loaded, that you say you got from me. Give it to me again, please, as a cloud link. And let me load it. I want to see what it looks like on my end. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, definitely missed my that would have been a great entry that around 4:30 on that short. If Zach were here, I guarantee he would have been in this short. TG since it took out 10, TGTX is in pretty orderly. It had that little pullback. That's all it was waiting for. There's that red candle right there. So since the market opened at 9:30, moved up, that only had that one is pretty big red candle. 1026 down to 964. So that's a pretty big range. But once it took out 10 again, that's what got me into it. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's going to go that high, but I mean, yesterday's high was 1155 or 1148, 1148. So I'm actually, hmm, actually got an issue with IB. Give me a moment here. Three. Okay, fixed. Okay, guys, I've taken some off. I've taken some off of the TGTX just underneath 11. And that's just me. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. I'm just a bit of a whole number freak. So always worried something will stall at a whole number. So we'll take some out. And if it pops through, great. Boy, this is what a day, guys. We're seeing so many. Here's another low float situation. PALI, Palisade Bio. PALI, 1.3 million in the float. Another shortable one. Woo. And it's showing up on Zach Scan too. Another shortable one for me. Maybe a little too late though. UNG, right? Isn't that the big one? UNG, JK, natural gas, UNG. Others I know will probably know more than I do, but I think Boyle, isn't Boyle another one? So there's Boyle and UNG, but there are others in this room who trade this sort of stuff all the time. There might be others. All right, so UNCY just got halted. And this was the ridiculous one yesterday. Okay, this actually got up to, if you look in the pre-market yesterday, it got up to $1.26 and it closed down here at 40 odd cents. Okay. I mean, it had some news that popped the stock and it's a low float, but it just didn't hold at all. But it just got halted. Some volume came in, just got halted. UNCY just got halted. Nice to see a day like today. This is sort of like the 13th, December 13th. If you recall that day, that's the day that the SPY went crazy, and I think it was up about 600. So reminds me a little bit of that day, like that day. Now, will it hold? Who knows? Yeah, this day right here broke above the 200-day moving average. Now below, of course, but it broke above the 200-day moving average that day. But it did sell off and it closed. Next day, it tried again. But since then, it's been, basically down, down, down. That was the same day. Look at the SPY. I mean, that was the same day that the XLK, of course, the SPY probably heavily weighted with technology stocks, did the same thing, broke above the 200-day. Since then, I mean, basically, XLK and the SPY are almost mirror images. NUWE, let's take a look at the spread on NUWE, see if the spread is decent. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, you might look at that 13.15, 13.23 and say but for a stock that is this volatile, that is not crazy. Now got a little wider, 13.15, 13.30. So I've had two trades today. Basically, I got reasonably lucky on the NUWE and then the TGTX. And the TGTX, at this point, I'm, well, obviously glad I took some out before 11. I don't know what's going to happen now. Now, if I can believe this histogram, guys. So, we're getting the ratio between the bullish versus bearish, but it's pretty whippy right now. I can't really discern that there's a trend. I thought maybe it was going to start to move down. Again, this is a histogram. In fact, today, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room in about 20 minutes. You can ask him about the histogram, the plans for it, and all that, because he's the originator of it. Again, high bars, meaning the ratio between bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns is high. Low bars, meaning ratio between bearish versus bullish candles is higher. So high bar, good if you're going long. Low bar, good if you're going short. I mean, now, there's no indicator that is, 100% correct. So UNSI just opened. Let's see what it opened to. I don't even think Hoth is completely dead yet. There hasn't not been, I mean, completely dead. We used to see stocks that would do this, and then, when there's really kind of sketchy news, you would see them give it up almost completely. Certainly after the first couple of hours, and but this, it's still holding tough, hanging tough here. Talking about the HOTH. Oh, I see. So UNC is terminating their offering. I guess they were going to raise some money, so they've decided to terminate it. Okay, guys, so these guys, oh, there's hardly any volume. Okay, sorry. They actually released earnings, but there's no volume, 30,000 shares. So there is no volume. No, you can find it on my homepage. Nothing to do with trade ideas, in terms of being on a homepage for trade ideas, but you can find it on my homepage, looking for exact scan. Okay, so if you click on my homepage and then go scroll down until you see the scans, and then here they are, Zach's bouncers and toppers, okay? Okay, there's your scan link, okay? And it is just, all right, so you're giving me a doc again, okay? That's okay, I guess. Oops, I don't do that. Ah, oh, there we go. Okay, so let's take a look at your Halls resumes. So unsee, and you're going to tell me that on your screen, unsee did not show up. 'Cause there it is. And you're going to tell me that unsee did not show up for you. Or did unsee show up for you? Pepe, how can that be? How is it possible? And everything else is working. Everything else is working. I do a history today. And if you run a history today, and okay, you've taken out the minimum volume. Okay, I see that. Just Halts resumes. Okay, exchanges. Yeah, you've got all the exchanges. Yeah, it's um it's baffling. I like your layout though. I like what you've done with the layout. How is it possible? And you're getting every single other alert in all these other windows real time, and you're not getting anything in the halts resumes. And you're using, well, even if you're not using mine, but I mean, this is very, there are no filters in here. You're just looking for any halt or resume. I don't even know how anybody can help you. I don't even know how anybody can help you because they can go to your screen. We do the screen sharing sometimes, and somebody will go into yours. I don't know how anybody can help you. You're Because if everything else is working, it means you've got a green ball. So everything else is working except this one and everything else for sure is working. Oh, what was the last one you got for the Momo trend? Well, no, if you're getting anything, I mean, if you're getting anything, the last one I have here is T-Pick at 1143. Well, I gave him mine, NT. I gave him mine. And if you take it out of the dock, I mean, it shouldn't matter, but if you take it out of the dock, just do this, duplicate into a free floating window, okay? So now here, so now here it is, it's free floating. I took it out of your dock. I mean, the dock should not matter. The only other thing is, from NT in our YouTube room, recreate an alert, like recreate it from scratch. I mean, it shouldn't make any difference because you're using mine, but just go to new and go to a new alert window and just, recreate it from scratch. It's like your alerts, just type in halts, halt, add the alert. I mean, I know they're there, but in case they're not there, resume, add the alert, boom, boom, give it a name. Okay. Yeah, let me get rid of all those other things. Oh, I know, I should have started from scratch. I forgot I had all this stuff here. Anyway, just quickly delete it all. Okay, and there's unsee right there. So if you recreated something, he doesn't get any of the ones. He doesn't get he's not getting unsee right now. But try creating it just from scratch again. Don't use mine, don't use yours, just recreate it from scratch. Don't put it in a doc. Just create a new alert window. Just use halt, resume as your two alerts and just see. I mean, it's another nice one from Zach Scan, the Pally on the short. Now, where did it get up to? The first alert was at, yeah. See, here's the problem. I mean, the first alert was at 314. So, I mean, obviously, if you took it at 314, it'd be okay now, but it went all the way up to 340 before it started to drop. That's why it's difficult. Okay, guys, TGTX after that little pullback, 50 cents. Trying to get back through that 11. Again, I still have some left. Well, tell you what, Pepe, you're definitely hired if you can figure that one out, okay? I because I don't see how anybody can help you. Because if every other scan is working and it's nothing to do with, the Trade Ideas program itself, it's just that one particular scan, which is for whatever reason. Luckily, if you're in the room, you know the stocks that are halted. Now, just for fun, once you get onto the beta, I mean, the beta has the halts resumes on it. Not that that's the be all and the end all, but it'll have. But maybe try the latest beta. I don't know if that's what you've got. What version do you have, Jungle? Just so click on help and about. Sorry, help and about. What version do you have? And I'm on a development version. Hmm. Yeah, so that shouldn't matter. I thought maybe you're on a even then it shouldn't have mattered, but try the beta. If we had a bunch of users with the same problem, then at least we can try to. I don't even know what we could figure out, but to my knowledge, well, you're certainly the only one in the rooms that has mentioned that, and I don't see any other emails coming in from others saying they have with the same problem. That's where it gets really hard to try to figure out why. Yeah, but again, trying the beta is not necessarily going to be the fix, but all right. Wow, Michael Loss will be there soon. Yeah, I've verified that Michael will be in our YouTube room. So let me just put in the YouTube link. Actually interested to hear how Michael was going to sound. He was very sick. That's why he couldn't participate in his normal slot on Tuesday. It says he's better, so I want to hear how he sounds. So there, I'm putting in the YouTube links, guys. So you can head over to YouTube if you want to listen to Michael. He's not there yet. He'll be there in about 9 minutes. Yeah, I do see PRQR. I have it thumbnailed. I do see it. I see that it's at 332 now. What's the high a couple of days ago? Around that high? It's another one that just doesn't want to hold its gains. PRQR. Sorry, PRQR. Let's take a look. So yeah, okay. So at least it's above that high, 329. I mean, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. All right, guys. So Pally, after that pullback, is now starting to move again. PALI, another low float. Oops. Of course, you guys in YouTube, forget forget the link I put in YouTube. You guys are already there. Boy, this RXO, that was a nice one. Just very gently off at 1720. Pretty stress-free type of a trade. Moving to the S&P 600, mid cap 600 or so, or small cap 600. Small cap 600 joining. Okay, guys, the moment of truth. TGTX. Is it going to take out 11 again, or try to take out 11? Got up to 1105. So I'm going to stick my alert just underneath 11 again. This market is just surging here, guys. Meanwhile, RSLS, wow, unbelievable. Look at this RSLS. I mean, no news that I can see, but it doesn't matter. It's just because it's a low float and traders are just finding these low floats, piling into them, getting out of one, piling into another. And the next high looking left is 1098. There's still a ton of room for RSLS. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying when you look left, you don't have to worry about chart resistance. You do have to worry about the spread, 936, 963. So, I mean, that's a terrible spread for RSLS. It might be the Santa rally. I mean, remember, it's the 5 days plus 2 days. The last 5 days of the this year, and the first 2 trading days of next year, and we'll see what the percentage move was. Okay, guys, I just want to get my message in. Michael will be here shortly. So Pally is trying to hold the VWAP, guys. You can see Pally, P-A-L-I, the VWAP is at 285. He had touched it on the way down. Maybe if it breaks over 3 again, because this got up to 350. So if it broke over 3 again, that might entice me. Problem is I'm going to be on my break, so it's hard for me to commit to something right now. Something like this that can go, that's very, very whippy. I don't mind holding on to the TGTX. Not that, I mean, TGTX is, it's not that it can get a little whippy, but I mean, I've already taken some profit, so I'm not as concerned. And my break is not, fleeing from my computer for an hour. I'm still in sight. What I typically do is put a big chart up if I have my little workout routine. And so I put a huge chart up on one of my monitors so I can see what's happening. Jungle, I'm telling you, if we ever figure out why And why you're the only one? Well, you might not be the only one. There could be others having the same problem, but they're just not. And there is Michael Noss. So, Michael, speak to me. I want to hear how you sound.
I think I sound all right.
Oh, you sound like Michael Noss.
Oh, that's good. I'm
Yeah.
still I'm still battling, but
Mhm.
now I'm now that I'm healing up, everyone else in the house is getting sick, so I
All
was
right.
present to them. They're very happy about.
I thought you lived in the middle of nowhere, so how come you had so many people over?
I just friends, right? And
Okay.
they all
I'm
have
kidding. I'm kidding you a little bit.
kids, and all kids are germ factories, and so it's only a matter of time when you're around enough of them.
Okay. All right, Michael. Can you go to one or do you have to leave early?
Nope, I'm good till 1.
Okay. I'll
All
mute
right,
myself now, and I've posted the YouTube links in, so for those who want to talk to you can come over and talk to you or hear what you have to say.
cool. Sounds
Okay,
good.
Michael.
All right,
Okay.
talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. As always, even on this holiday week, we open up the chat room here and the YouTube stream to live Q&A, talking about trading for the next hour. So make sure you ask any questions that you may have, and I'll get to them about trade ideas or trading or anything like that. I know it's a pretty light week, as expected in the market. I was on Trader TV last week, and I did kind of analysis of the market and just talked about, although technically we have achieved Santa Claus rally, status or whatever, which just simply means that we are up from the 23rd. Yeah, so we're technically up a bit from the 23rd. So you have to squint to see it, but we're technically in Santa Claus rally territory. Really, not much is to be expected, right? If you take this low right here from the CPI print, and then you take this high right here from, I think this was maybe CPI and this was JPOW or one of the two. This line that I drew in right here is exactly the 50% mark. So that's about 380. Is about the 50%, the smack dab in the middle of this rally. So, you know, you're in the middle of a massive range. You're in the middle of some kind of near term consolidation. It's 2 days before another long weekend. It's like, what do you expect? It's you always got to remember it's not retail that moves the market as much as Wall Street bets would like to think you believe. It's institutional, right? So, uh, if the institutions are on vacation, which, if you're running a bank or a large hedge fund or a mutual fund or something like that, right? You're probably having a lot of people out. You're not planning on making any major decisions. You can see the kind of volume drop off that occurs as this kind of stuff is happening. It's not the day to swing for the fences, right? So if you do any trading, for me, it's a lot of like bidding for pullbacks and things like that, as opposed to trying to chase too many breakouts. Only trade that I took today was on Beyond Meat, and I posted this on Twitter. Had a pretty clear support area where I just drew this line right here, broke that for 2 days, and then it rallied up, rallied above it. So we've got a kind of clear potential bear trap. Bear trap just basically meaning if you see a support zone and that support zone gets broken and then immediately gets retraced, then just that part right there is a bear trap where they're just kind of suckering in bears. So after it had that pretty wicked rally, I just zoomed into the 15-minute chart and just looked left and saw this kind of consolidation right in this area. It's around 1250 or so. When it pulled back, I just put out an order at 1250 and I bought some there, and then I put my stop below 12, right? So risking 50 cents or so. I just took out some right before the stream so that, I can just kind of focus on you guys, but at um little under 13 bucks. I think I put it at 12.98 just to put it below the whole number. So took half off there, so that's a 1-to-1 risk reward. Now, hopefully, this thing kind of gets going over the next rest of the day, or um, potentially into tomorrow or the next day. This may turn into a swing, just because I may have gotten a good price on that. Interesting short float of 46%. Right. So what may have occurred there is the people who had been short this and making a butt ton of money, as they see this little breakdown, that that causes a lot of liquidity, right? There's a lot of selling and stop orders getting hit and all that kind of stuff. They use that liquidity to buy into, just to cover a bunch of these shorts. Because, right, if you're short from 40 bucks and it breaks down to 11, you're loving life. Um, and then I'm just gonna see, right? Hold on to a little bit. Probably put my stop at under that 1250 pullback right now. Just see if potentially this thing could move. It's one of those that when you can get in a, uh, for lack of a better term, a risk-free trade, you're better to try to see if you can hold on and make a go of it. And really, there's not much else, right? We've got biotechs are going well. That's an interesting sector here. You can see the lines that I've got. Should probably move those. This is kind of the zone that the biotech tech sector has been in for a very long time, with just a little bit of a break, here or there. Um, but showing some good strength here in biotechs. That's basically all I'm doing is I'm just going through and looking. I spend a lot of time in the last year or the last week or so of the month just reviewing what worked and what didn't, and what I think I could do better, and right what I could change, what were the best trades that I took, and what were trades that I think I should need to update, stuff like that. Right, because it's one of those, you shouldn't care about any individual trade if you're trying to make a go of this for a long period of time. It should kind of be like the whole thing. So for me, I'm just trying to say, okay, well, this year's kind of behind us. Now what's next, right? What I learned this year, and what am I gonna uh apply to my trading when it comes to next year. So holding short for 5 months must have a nice interest payments. Well, no way your interest on short loans isn't very much, first of all. And second of all, there's no way what you're up 70%. There's no way you paid anywhere near 70% on on an interest loan. You probably paid more for 6 months. You probably paid more in the area of 2 to 3%. Hey, Mike C. It's been a while. How are things? Yeah, there's no way that you'd be worried about the interest payments if you were short on something that dropped that much. Margin interest isn't that much at all. I think you can just Google it. What is IBKR short interest rates? 3%. Yeah. So you would have paid for that 6 months. You would have, you said 5, rounded to 6. You would have paid 1.5% on your investment. So you make 70% on the trade, you pay 1.5% on the margin loan. That seems like a good trade to me. And that's assuming that you're just from 40, right? Like this thing's been up into the 200s. And there's probably some people bag holding it up here, just like there's the poor meme stock. The poor meme stock suckers. They say there's one born every minute, right? There's some people still in AMC and thinking it's going to go back to 60 at some point, right? Continuous improvement. I learned that. Yeah, well, any point in life should be about continuous improvement, right? Exercising and learning new skills and but when it comes to your trading, the thing you'll know if you start talking, like I've had the privilege to travel the world and talk to a lot of traders, and um, there's some things that just carry forward when you're talking to successful versus unsuccessful traders that you just see, right? The successful trader is always just looking at the future and saying, okay, how do I get better, right? What do I learn from something that happened, and how do I, constantly cut out things that aren't working for me, and how do I get bigger in the trades that do work for me, things like that. The unsuccessful trader is always concerned with the next trade or the scan that's going to make them millions, or the this or that, as opposed to someone who's been doing it long enough knows, okay, there's no holy grail or magic bullet or secret indicator or anything like that, but what there is just what works for me, and then how do I push what works for me to get a little bit better, each day, week, month, or year. um, and a lot of it is usually about removing things as opposed to adding it. And I guess that's probably the biggest difference, right? Is that new traders are looking to add new setups and to make more trades and to add more scans and more data and things like this. Whereas more seasoned traders, what I'm doing a lot of is I'm going through my trades and I'm just trying to say, okay, well, what would have happened in my trading if I didn't focus on this setup, or if I didn't focus on another setup, right? What if I just focused on what was my bread and butter, and then go back and do that calculus? And this should be some good homework for you guys. Is you know if you don't have your A plus or your best setup, or what it is that you like to look at the most, then that's what you have to figure out. But if you're to the point where you've got 4 or 5 setups that you trade, go through and just rerun your numbers for the year and say, what if you only focused on that one setup and then maybe took more risk into that one setup? Um, what would it be? What would your P&L difference be, right? Um, in some cases, it would actually be higher, right? Because maybe your other setups are net losers. Maybe you'll find out that it would be about the same with doing less work. And then maybe even if it's a little less, then maybe you could say, well, maybe if I just focused on 1 or 2 solid setups, I could apply a little bit more risk to them or something like that, right? So, is there any way to pull data through API? No, no API access to trade ideas at this time. Maybe in the future. I don't know. I wouldn't. I wouldn't hold my breath on it. SMMT. Well, Barry's not here right now, but I can take a look at SSMT. Yeah, it's still going slightly. That to me looks like it's probably, yeah, that's a really choppy daily chart. SPY looks like we're just hitting new high after new high. So, but for me, from a swing trading point of view, right, as long as we're kind of in this base, I'm still buying things that look strong, but I'm not getting too excited, right? What I will say was very encouraging about this rally. I talked about how 380 is kind of the halfway between all of this, but if you look closer on the actual candles, you could see if right a break we broke below it on this day and then we rallied up, then we broke below it on this day and rallied up, and then we broke below it on this day and then we rallied up, and then we broke below it on this day and then we rallied up, and then we actually broke and closed below it, and then we just gapped up the next day and rallied. So this is the benefit of things like candlestick analysis, right? If you're just looking at a line chart, you're not seeing the lows of these days penetrating 380 and then getting bought back up. So, it shows me anyway that there's, at least right now, some sort of institutional like accumulation happening in this area. Um, or short covering, or again, we'll never know exactly what it is, but there's some force or entity that is, every time this thing breaks, is getting a push up, an up move from it. So I would not be surprised to see us kind of clear the other end here at some point, which would kind of be like 385 or something like that. um and then if this clears, then that creates kind of an interesting pattern, right? Because if you look at what's been going on all year, is your very kind of textbook downtrend, right? We push up, we make a lower low, then we push up again, and then we make a lower low. And then if we push up and then we dig in and we kind of hold in here, and then we start to make an up move and a higher low, well, then that might actually be the confirmation of a head and shoulders, which is an interesting reversal pattern. So that would be the case. A head and shoulders would be valid, probably when we kind of broke this area right here. So we have a long way to go. But again, my theory on the shorter term is that I'm going to be buying stocks as long as we're above 380. Buying stocks obviously that meet my setup. And then if we break 380 and we close a couple days below it, then it's going to be time to kind of move back to cash and wait for my next opportunity to take a swing. So if we get above this kind of 400 area, that's where I think things kind of get interesting. Maybe we take a shot at this prior high, and then maybe back up here. I don't expect us to do just a V bottom kind of reversal where we're just gonna grind. We're gonna get right back up. I think those days are over. Those are zero interest environment moves. But you know we could just continue to grind like this for could take us years to get back up to new highs. But um that sucks for long-term investing. But for us traders, it just means that you just got to pick your spots, right? So, I know I was on here talking about this day and the math I did behind this day in 2 months ago. And I had been long stuff ever since then and having fun until this right here, where I got stopped out of a bunch of winning positions. And now that things are pushing sideways, then, right, if we push up again, I'll be loaded back up on a bunch of really relatively strong names again. Mike C. Using trade ideas, what are your favorite methods determining relative strength for one specific stock relating to its sector, general market, and its competitors? The easiest way I think would to look at that would be to use the position and range filters. I think would probably be your simplest way. Now, right? I'm obviously going to be biased to TI strength, right? I built TI strength. It's where the majority of my trading setups come from. If it's basically the thing that I'm looking back on and this year and saying, if I had taken everything, if I had taken every single trade that I took this year from TI strength, um, it would have been a better year, right? So I'm obviously going to be biased to this, but a simple way to look at relative strength is to use these position and range filters on the scan that I have right here, right? So I have all different time frames. So you'd have to look at it depending on what your time frame is, right? So right now it's sorting by the sectors that are the highest today, and you can see it's just kind of switching in real time as things change. But right now, real estate is near the high. Um, Probably best to explain position and range quickly. So uh, let's say let's just draw out. This is today's candle, right? Um, Basically, what we do is we normalize the candle and we say, okay, where is price inside of this range? Right. So if it's at the low of its range, if it's right at the very low wick right here, that would be a 0. If it was at the very high, that'd be 100. Right. And if it was trading right in the middle of its range, that would be a 50. Right. So that's the beauty of that, is it normalizes for volatility, and it normalizes for beta, and it normalizes for a whole bunch of things. Right. So um as I can kind of click through, I can say, okay, well, now XLB is in the highest end of its range. But you can see here, if you look here, there's a whole bunch of different time frames that I have, and there's intraday time frames for these as well. But as mainly a swing trader, I focus on the longer term ones. So we have 5-day, 10-day, 20-day, 3-month, 6-month, 9-month, year, 2-year, lifetime, right? So, for example, if you want stuff and you're a more of a longer term trader, I don't know, let's say you pick 6 months and you say, okay, well, here's all of now it's ranked by what stocks are in the highest, or what sectors are in the highest of their 6-month range. So right now that's KWeb, and KWeb is Chinese internet, which we know the China names seem to be doing pretty well. And we got a nice little bull flag here on China as well. So then what you would do is you can run the same scan, right? So I could just maybe duplicate this. Get rid of that there. And then configure, and instead of changing let's go here, change the symbol list, which right now I have pointed towards my ETF scanner, and I see someone asking for it. Yes, I can share it. The caveat being that this is my ETF list, so you'll have to point it towards your own ETF list. And you do that just by right clicking like I did, hitting configure, and then going into symbol list, and then using your symbol list feature here. So instead of going on ETFs, what I may do is I may go down and say, okay, well, now I'm interested in China. So we have a China um, or symbol list right here. So you see I can go add existing, and these are all the symbol lists that we have access to. Anyone with bracket personal is obviously something you built. Anything without that is just what we have in the system, which we have a bunch. You can see it all in through here. So if we scroll down to where we go, so we'll go China, and then we'll click OK. And I don't know, let's just name this China for now. We've determined that China is really, really strong. So we want to look at the strongest Chinese names. So you can see, because I just duplicated the scan, I can then kind of sort it by whatever I want. So if I want, right, with it's top 6 month, or I can just double click and hit 9 month or whatever it is. But let's go through 6 months. And then now what I do is I have stuff that's really, really up into the high end of its range. Now, this chart I have down here is my comparison chart. So the black line is always whatever you're seeing up here. And then the purple line right now is the S&P 500. But since we're comparing it to KWeb and we want to find stuff that's stronger than its sector, I can just type in KWeb. I should type it correctly. KWeb. So now the pink line here is KWeb versus what's up here, which is the overall index. So you can see the outperformance and underperformance of whatever I'm looking at. So for example, TME is one that I actually am looking to buy because it's putting in this nice high base right here. But you can look and you can see not only year to date, which this is about year to date. Let me scroll back and just anchor this. Right. So then this is the year to date performance of TME, which is Tencent, versus KWeb. You can see how over the last little bit, TME has done way, way better than KWeb. So I would look at this one, I'd say, okay, this is relatively strong to this overall index. And as I click through, I can just go look and say, okay, well, VIPS has been relatively strong to the index for a long period of time, but really in through here has been picking up. So we're basing near highs here as well. So that's a very simple process to go through and try to find what sectors are doing the best, and then inside those sectors, what individual names are doing the best as well. Momo is actually one that I may have gotten triggered in. I have a stop limit up here just to see if this Momo is going to break out and continue. But since, that's kind of my thing. That's what I do, is just relative strength, trading and investing. I was able to coerce trade ideas into building a lot of things to help me out with that. So there's my layout. But again, you just have to note that this ETF watcher right here is my list. So you'll just have to create your own list for whatever, because I can't share that via the YouTube thing. But you can use the ETF lists that are built in. I always suggest starting with the SPY sectors. There are 11, I think, SPY sectors, and they're always a good place to start. And then just build in, whatever it is that you care about after that, right? So like I have ARK in this list, but not because I think ARK is ever going to be a good investment again, or that I think Kathy's smart. But I use it as my proxy for junk internet stocks. So you'll kind of just build it up as you go, right? You'll things like boat, I think, is for shipping rates and things like that. right? XBI is your biotech. But yeah, if you start with your SPY sectors, you'll cover a lot. Things like corn and wheat, and I'll add and remove as things become relevant and irrelevant, right? Like during the beginning of the year, obviously wheat was super relevant, right? A lot of people were interested in that. There was the whole um, Russia invading Ukraine and the toll that would take on wheat prices and what that would do to food supplies around the world and things like that. And then right, the world adapts and everything kind of comes back. So I don't really am too concerned with that. But same with like coffee. Right, there was a while there, coffee was trading right at highs, and now it's right back down. But just like everything, right, things come into and out of favor when it comes to stocks, when it comes to whatever memes that the kids on Wall Street Bets are interested in. It all changes. And so the reason I like sorting it by position in today's range is it just kind of shows me every time I look, and you may see it just start to swap in real time and just show, hey, this is what's doing the best right now. So it looks like mid caps. So MDY is the ETF for mid caps. So I think mid caps are classified as 2 to 10 billion in market cap, whereas the S&P 500, right, the SPY that everyone watches, that's your big caps, your big guys. Um, and there's the IWM, which everyone watches too, which is the small caps, which I think is under 2 billion. So then your mid caps are kind of smack dab in the middle. I think there's 400 names in the MDY, I think. Then KIE is insurance, and XLI is your industrials. Which, moving up, should be good because I own some Caterpillar. So that should be doing, really? Let's see. Oh, I would have got triggered in some Man U today. I do the Wolf Financial Spaces on Tuesday, where they give picks, and I don't really like the term picks because I never do picks. I always trade trading plans, but Man U was one that I was looking at. We all noticed Man U when it did this insane move, and now it's just been chopping. So I always like to see if I can get the second move. It's kind of I guess the way I would describe my plays if it was beyond me doing. I should check back in. It's not really moving. DE, yeah, DE was another one. I think I took Cat just because it was a little bit closer to highs. Yeah. Basically, with Caterpillar, what I'm doing is I'm just playing this zone right here. I think it's 240 ish. Right? It had all these highs here at 240. It kind of broke them and then it's been chopping through them. So I picked up a little bit at 240. And then, if we close kind of in this area, I'll probably get back out and reassess. But I'm hoping what happens is that this prior resistance act as support and we get a nice push up, because if my risk is just this little bit, then any kind of return will be a good risk to reward play, which is the only thing I focus on is risk to reward. Nat gas distribution going up, even though nat gas going bad. But yeah, I would say, Caterpillar and DE are going to move like lockstep in, they're kind of the same thing. You're not going to have, when you're trading stuff like that, that neither of these things are gonna like cure cancer, right? That there's not going to be a announcement that Caterpillar is going to come out with that's going to double it or anything like that. So they're going to move pretty closely when it comes to industrials. And again, the reason I liked it is because if you look at the relative strength, and you can see right here, so I changed this back. So this purple line is the SPY, and then the black line is whatever's up here. So what's up here is XLI, which is the industrials ETF. And you can see from kind of that CPI low in October, yeah, to now, it's been a nice grind up for this one when this one's been kind of chugging along. So, there is some relative strength in industrials right now. There's, for people who don't know, the reason that I like relative strength and the reason that it's been statistically proven to work so much basically just has to do with the fact that large institutions take a long time to get into and out of positions. So, uh, things that are performing better than the market have a statistical advantage to continue to perform better than the market, and things that uh, perform worse than the market have a advantage, or they've got the statistical chance to perform worse than the markets. Like, um, one thing that you could uh, like one strategy that's been tested for many, many years in uh, many different times and different assets and different locations is buying 52-week highs and selling 52-week lows, and holding those for a year and seeing what happens. And you outperform the market, and you outperform many, many, many different trading styles just by doing absolutely nothing than just buying the strongest stuff and selling the weakest stuff, which is funny because it's contrary to human nature, where it's one of those things where everyone's like, oh, well, I want to buy this bankrupt company that sells video game cartridges to nobody who needs video game cartridges anymore because it's 2022. And then, right, this movie theater company that's hemorrhaging money hand over fist, right? Where it's, there was a time where this thing was really strong, and trying to make trades in it when it was strong might have been the move. But ever since then, these things have kind of collapsed, right? So I always like to use the Zoom example, because in TI strength, which is the relative strength scan that I have, or that I built the relative strength algo, in this area, it was buying Zoom, because relative to the rest of the market in March 2020, when the whole market was falling apart, Zoom was holding up. Well, you can see right here, it was holding up really well. The whole market was just, you can see right at this time, the whole market was just kind of, oh no, this is this year, never mind. But yeah, the whole market just did this in March 2022, and this held up the whole time. So it was buying Zoom. And, I'd like to say I held it on that long, but I absolutely did not. Um, but, right, there's a time where it's no longer relatively strong. This thing's just absolutely getting destroyed. Now, is Zoom going to go bankrupt? Oh, I don't know. Maybe they make money. So, right, eventually there's got to be a bottom in which they're profitable. But does it mean it's ever going to go back to 600s? Probably not. So if you're holding it from 400 or 200 or something like that, you're probably SOL. But there might become a time where it starts to uptrend again and it starts to actually be strong relative to some of its competitors, and that will be the time to get back in, not just buying dips and hoping, buying and praying. Do I ever use call options or other strategies? Not currently. It is something I want to get into. Uh, I kept saying in the new year, but it's obviously not the best economy or market to be dabbling with new things, but I may. If I were to play options, uh, it would be selling of options. What interests me about options is the fact that I can never shake and would make me never like super want to buy and hold a bunch of options is just the fact that 80% of options expire worthless and the whole theta decay, right? For those who don't know, um, basically, say you bought an $80 call option on Zoom today, and that call option expired 3 months from now. And let's say the price just didn't move, just did this for that 3 months. Well, the the price of that call option just continues to tank. Even though the price hasn't changed and the strike hasn't changed, it's just as time goes by, things become less and less valuable from the option point of view. So for me, the concept that I like more than anything is trying to collect that either naked or through some spreads or something, but to collect that time decay for people who are buying options, looking for crazy breakouts and things like that. Um, you know, that's how I would look to play it. Um, the thought that I put into it would be to look for stuff that is relatively strong, and then on pullbacks, right, sell puts or put spreads kind of below support. The beauty of that is that if the thing remains relatively strong, even if it doesn't go up, even if it just chops around, you're making money from the time decay. What you're sacrificing, because right there's nothing in trading that's perfect. Everything's a trade-off. But what you're sacrificing is the upside, right? If I'm selling put spreads on GFL down here, and it chops around and doesn't really go anywhere, that's great that I make my money. If the thing just rockets, then I make the money still, but I'm capping that upside return. So when it comes to all things with trading, right, there's no good or bad. It's what are you trading for what, right? um Now a lot, and that's why I always say everyone has to build their own trading plan, and if you don't, the market's going to take all your money and you deserve it. Is the main thing is that um the what are your goals, right? If you're sitting on a multi-million dollar account and you're like, listen, I want to make, I got a $10 million account and I want to make a few hundred grand a year off it, uh, just so that I don't have to work, right? Then, doing something like selling deep out of the money options on strong stuff would probably be a good thing to look at, because you're not trying to kind of blow anything out of the water. You're just trying to make a consistent income. Uh, Same kind of things with covered calls, right? Where selling a put and buying a covered call is the same type of thing, right? Where in a covered call you own the stock. So if you liked GFL because it was on TI strength, and say you bought some right here on the breakout, and you said, okay, well, I'm going to start selling the $35 call. Then if it just kind of chops around for a long time, then you're collecting the time decay or the premium on that call. But again, what you're sacrificing is if the thing just rips one day to 50, well, you've got to sell it at 35. So it's um, it's about capping. Do you want to cap returns in exchange for income, or are you more concerned with the return side of things, right? And then there's a whole bunch of stuff to think about with that, like tax and you know, tons and tons of stuff that it's I am not qualified nor capable to really to go after. But that's why trading is such a personal journey, right? Some people out there are trying to take their $10,000 penny stock account and turn it into 100 grand. And then there's some people out there with a $1 million account that are trying to make 10% return a year, and then there's everywhere in between, right? So different strategies should be implemented for different size accounts and goals, and how much time you have to allocate, and that kind of thing, right? So for me, not yet. Maybe soon. I'm a very simple man. I go through my scans here on my TI strength at the end of the night. I try to find something that looks like it could break out. That's about it. I've got a couple setups that I trade, right? So one that I talk about with this Beyond Meat. I like trading bull traps and bear traps. So this one's just still kind of chopping. It's not really doing much of anything. Go to the 15-minute. Yeah, so it's that pickup that I got at 12.50 is still good. I'm glad I took out half at 13. Now we see it does just roll back over. It is a lower high up there, which isn't what you want to see, but does it roll back over? Does it just base for the rest of the day? Ideally, it's one of those things. As long as we kind of close above, I think this area right here, I may keep some because I already have this kind of profit locked in. If we just sell and close in this area, I'll probably get back out. Just this line you can see is the same, which it should be. Yeah, 12.50 should be the same as 12.50. So that's really the number that I'm looking for it to hold. Just means that everyone who kind of sold in through here just gets snapped back at. So then this would be something that, again, if you're interested in a play like this with options, what someone might do is they might go and sell some puts on this. But then you need to be okay with owning Beyond Meat, which I'm not cool with owning anything that was a $200 stock and went down to 10. Yeah, it doesn't taste good. I tried it. I know it's not good for you, but I eat a lot of stuff that's not good for me. So I'd be a bit of a hypocrite if I didn't try that, but I didn't like it. I don't think many people do. Um, but again, a trade's a trade. My hope is that just this rally back over support is just enough to get people worried. So we get another couple days of push, and then we can kind of push in some there, right? Leading industry groups in the last 2 weeks. So I would, if you missed it, um, I would rewind because I did a whole 20-minute speech on that. I won't do again, but just to, it's going to be what you define as leading, right? So for me, I would probably just take this position and range filter, and I know I've shared this scan with you, and just look for what stocks are in the high end of their 10-day range. But if it's absolute return that you want, you just go and scan for change in 10 days, right? So you'd find the stocks or the ETFs that were up or down the most in 10 days. If you want to do it on a percentage basis or a dollar basis, you can do it there as well. And then just add your symbol list of whatever industry groups you look at, and away you go. I like position and range better just because, again, it normalizes. I talked a lot about, again, if you just rewind like 20 minutes or so, um, just the normalizes for volatility and things like that. But uh, that would be it. So for the last 10 days, what we got: corn, we got oil services. Um, oh, that's just a high XBI, regional banks, insurance, energy, same stuff that's been big all year. Right? It's been a year that it's been pretty basic, actually. It's a boring, certainly a boring year, I'll say, for my kind of trading. Now I know a lot of people have, had an exciting year because they're down 90% on some stuff, which is just kind of sad, I guess. But for me, I've been owning a lot of, I've been in like Oxy, right? I've been in Oxy. I'm buying these kind of support zones on Oxy for a while. I did a little sport buying on Enphase. I just buying it kind of, I remember I had one trade in this area that ended up doing amazingly. Then I had a dip buy somewhere. But yeah, a lot of these NINE. Right, this has been a good one. So this one I'm still in, right? Just a lot of, in bear markets, relative strength trading actually becomes a little bit easier, just because I go, okay, well, what aren't they selling? Right? They're obviously selling tech. They sold the crap out of the meme stocks. Those poor guys are just obliterated. Um, yeah, so the memers got destroyed. The uh, tech stocks have got destroyed. Unprofitable names have got destroyed. And then I just go, okay, what aren't they taking to the woodshed? So, right, when 9 showed up on TI Strength recently, I picked some up at 10 and I sold a bit around 13. And I have a bit left, probably put my stop under this low right here. Just going after what they're not selling. There's no way to make a compare chart with 11 symbols, but if you just want to see the year-to-date performance, just grab a top list and just grab the year-to-date performance. Change. Ooh. Change since Jan 1. And just add that as a column, and that will show your year-to-date performance. So let's just show column. Okay. So here it is. OH is up 63%, right? You could sort by year-to-date performance. This PFIX is just an interest rate hedge instrument. But OH 63%, the number is just right over here. That would be the easiest way. Instead of, you don't need to see the whole chart to show the year-to-date performance, but it's all right here. And then you could do it for thousands of symbols if you want. Yeah, the search feature is great. I would always try a few different kind of search terms before you give up, because it might be something that, like, in your head you're calling it something and we call it something else. So just try a different way. But yeah, change since Jan 1. We'll find it. And then down at the bottom, of course, is ARC. Right? We have ARC, and then block, which I think is like just tech, internet, yeah, data sharing. But yeah, ARC is the worst performing ETF. And old Buffett, right, ekes out a 3% gain in this market. And every time they want to count the old guy out. I remember in 2008, they called him crazy. I remember I wasn't trading then, but I know in 2001, they called him nuts, right? They just, the Oracle of Omaha, they kept saying lost his edge because he didn't invest in tech in 2001, and then 2008, he was getting hammered a bit because he made all these like deals with these big banks that ended up paying super handsomely in the long run. And then, in 2020, everyone was saying, "Oh, Kathy Wood's going to be the new Warren Buffett," and he just keeps coming back. Goldman. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that deal was a
that's the one that everybody couldn't believe he did. I want to say he got in around 100. It might have been a little over 100, might have been a little under 100, and people thought you are absolutely crazy.
well, it
And
was
because that was right in the middle of all the banks going, not bank, well, just really, some of them went bankrupt, yes, but just absolutely, who wanted to buy a bank stock in those days?
it
And
was
but I remember
even
Goldman was the big one.
crazier than that, because I remember, because I worked at the hedge fund admin at the time. And I remember talking to a hedge fund manager who was just like flabbergasted by the deal. He got, instead of buying equity, he got convertible equity, which basically meant
Yes,
that he got
yes,
debt. So he
yes,
went to them and he said, "I will loan you billions of
yes.
dollars, and you're going to pay me 10% on my money. And whenever I want, I can come back to you and I can convert this debt into Goldman Sachs shares at $100."
Yes.
So he got to just sit for like 10 years, making a 10% return,
Yeah.
doing absolutely nothing. And then at one point he goes, "Okay." And he just converts it all to equity at $100. And I think he sold it, I think it was at like 400 at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone just said, "You're loaning money to a bank in the middle of this market. It's the craziest thing you've ever done." I'm like,
I thought the 100 made, that's what I remembered, the
yeah.
100, but now that you talk about it, yeah, it was that convertible debt also. And my goodness, I mean, you're right. Everybody thought he was crazy.
But yeah, just to get paid. Could you imagine, right? You just
Oh,
get paid 10%. Like, where can we go to get a 10% from, have Goldman Sachs of all people give you
yeah,
10% return on your money, basically risk free as long as the company exists.
yeah.
And yeah, and then you could just convert it into equity and make a massive rip whenever you want. But
I'm
yeah,
getting 5%, Michael. I'm getting five. I don't know what at the credit union that I deal at, they had a nice deal for 5% on a GIC, which I've taken, and I couldn't believe it. I mean, how many years have we gone for like it's been 0.5% or maybe 1% if you're lucky with
Hmm.
cash in the bank. But now interest rates are going up a little bit and they had this special. I said, okay, I'll do it. So,
That's right, when people are wondering, right, without boring everyone with the details, right? I get people all the time saying, okay, you've been saying these tech stocks are going to get ruined, and you're right, but like, how do you know? And it's just it's that exact thing. It's before, when there was nowhere else that you could get a nice, decent, low risk return on your money. It kind of made sense to invest in a company that strapped an iPad to a bicycle, because maybe
is
in
it
10 years,
is that Peloton?
yeah,
Yeah, I know.
maybe in 10 years they'll make a bunch of money, maybe. But now when you can just go to the bank and get 5 to 6% basically risk free, like, why would why would I take a bet for 10 years from now to make 20-30% on my money, when I can
Hmm.
make 5% on my money this year and next year and the year, and all the compounding effects and all that kind of stuff as well, right? Um
Well,
so
Michael and I go way back because I can remember when interest rates were in the 20s. And so in those days, I mean, the stock market was completely and utterly dead because again, why would you risk trying to make something in the stock market when you could just park it in the bank for 15 to 18% with completely and utterly risk free? Why would you do that?
no, it doesn't make any sense, right?
Doesn't
And
make any sense at all.
that's why
I had a friend
whenever.
who was a broker who said, "I'm hard." All he was doing was doing well in Canada, RSP stuff. I mean
Yeah.
the 401ks, I guess, in the States, and that's all that was his big deal. But as far as selling stock and stuff, he couldn't get anybody interested.
Well, and you can argue whether that's good or bad for innovation in the economy in the long run, but
Oh, true, true.
it
No investment in, yeah, exactly.
it is what it is. And it's funny, I remember talking to my grandfather, and he'd always say the same thing. He's like, "Oh, I just invested in bonds my whole life." I'm like, "Yeah, that's when that's when bonds paid you. They don't
Yeah,
they don't pay
Canada savings
anymore."
bonds.
So
Yeah, yeah,
no, you've gotta, right. And that's why I always loved, they called it Tina, right? There is no other alternative. And that's why the market was going up. Everyone kept saying, "Oh, why is that we're all locked in our homes? Why is the market ripping?" It's like, because no one has anywhere else to put their money than
right.
in the market. There's no that's why monkey pictures started selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And
Yeah,
you
Michael.
know
Yeah.
crypto as a whole, that kind of, like,
Hmm.
it's kind of turned out that crypto is just another risk asset. It goes up and down the same as the QQQs. And it was just a place where people had money, and they're like, well, I can't just take it and put it in the bank or anything. But now that you can, and make a bit of money with it, then why wouldn't you do that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you've got your house paid off and your car paid off, you have no major hits every month on things like that. You want interest rates to go to 20. Yes,
Oh yeah.
and you're sitting on cash, and you're laughing. Not great, as you say, for innovation and all that, because companies are obviously not going to want to spend 20% to do some plant reworking or expansion or anything like that. Of course, everything will drive to a halt. But there will be a segment of society who will love it. You know,
Well, yeah,
and
well,
that's
that's the in the past, um, there was a lot of rewarding for risk taking, right? In low interest rates environments, right? And the people who didn't take risks in low interest rate environments always, that they're feeling like assholes at the time, right? Because
yep, absolutely.
you're watching your neighbor get filthy stinking rich because they're levered up on
Peloton.
Peloton or AMC, or some of these money losing pits.
Hmm.
And then eventually what happens is they go, okay, well, it's time to uh it's time to switch that up, right? We got to go back to high interest rate environments. And now the people, that's why I was saying with Buffett, He really just, you can't move the guy, right? Everyone made fun of him in the tech bubble for not investing in tech. And he said, no, I only invest in what I know and what makes sense to me. And then the
Hmm.
whole tech bubble exploded and he did fine. And then, right, same with the financial bubble and same with this, I don't know what they're going to call this last bubble, but the same with the last bubble. He just, everyone thinks he's an idiot when everyone else is getting rich. But then as soon as things come back down to reality, they all run back to him.
Yeah. Okay, just looking at Argo Blockchain, ARBK. There's something for you, Michael. A little sub $1 stock. I'm sure you want to pile into that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's funny because I kidded you yesterday, but that RNAS that you made a killing on I
Yes.
can tell you the exact date. It was on the 7th of December, and that's the day it had the big spike.
Yeah.
And it had a little
Remember
move
that?
yesterday, a little move today, and I thought of you, but it's not doing anything now. So it actually had some news today. First in human clinical trials started.
Oh, there
So
we
there you
go.
go.
No, it's these things are fun, but like what I the kind of speech I gave to everyone on the YouTube stream is the what I always do in the new year is try to figure out what I should have focused on, right? So what I go through like all of my trading and I say, I do a lot of what ifs, like what if? And what I found this year is if I had only focused on TI strength plays and I just ignored everything else, I would have done about the same, maybe a little bit worse, because my other trading does make me money, but not, a little bit worse. I would have
You
made
mean the
less
other
money.
trading like in Forex and crypto and stuff?
Well, no,
Or,
just
or
different trading philosophies, like
oh, I see.
my
Okay.
like day trading and playing around with races and different things like that. So I
Yeah.
would have done a little bit worse, but the amount of time I would have gotten back would have been absolutely insane, right? If I had just done nothing else but
Gotcha.
TI strength all year. So then, right, then you sit down, you have a drink, and you think, well, what's your time worth, right? And could I have gone bigger into the TI strength names if I had all my money kind of sitting in one place, just ready to trade them? So that's kind of the end of year think that I'm having going into next year.
Sorry, Michael, I'm looking at this Pally here, Palisade, which is not a TI strength, I know. PALI. Yeah, I mean, but it's funny, we're in the last couple of days, 2 or 3 days, we're in this again, we're in this little low float mania nonsense again. And what you're saying is so true. I mean, we use this, the fear, the FOMO. I mean, it's a cliche, but it's true because people see all these things happening. They see a Cala going from next to nothing to $20, and they look at the news and I mean, yeah, they've got some news, but it doesn't warrant the price movement. And you can start to feel incredibly anxious because you miss out on stuff like that. And then you take the risk on something, well, this looks like the same thing, and you pour a bunch of money in it, and it doesn't do anything remotely like that, drops half or even worse. And then where are you? I mean, it's tough. Trading is awfully tough. The way you're trying to do it with your TI strength is, I know you make kind of fun of yourself for being boring at all, but if it works for you and you have that mindset, then that's the way to go.
Yeah, well, and again, it's all comes back to personality too, right? You have to be okay with being that boring, right? And I know some people would miss the action, but that's just kind of what I implored the stream to do is regardless of what it is. I'm not saying everyone come trade TI strength, but what I'm saying
No,
is,
no.
go through your trading and say, say you had 5 setups that you trade and kind of go through and look at them and say, well, what if I had only traded one or two, right? Would I have made more? Would I have made less? How much less would I have made? And then how much time would I have gotten back, right? So like, I used to do it all the time at the prop firm. When I started trading, I started trading at a prop firm, and they had a report that would break down your trading by 15-minute interval throughout the day.
Hmm.
And I remember that was kind of where I got big into starting to do this. So I'd sit down at the end of every month, and I would just look at that bar chart, and I would say, man, if I only traded the first, hour and a half, I would do so much better.
Hmm.
The so it's kind of the same thing where a lot of people they're trying to figure out what to add to their trading to make it better,
Hmm.
and I just kind of say, hey, instead look at what you can take away from your trading to make it better. Like go in and say, hey, is there something that I'm wasting time or mental energy on that at the end of the year only makes me a few bucks or even loses me money, and then maybe I just get rid of that setup entirely.
Yeah. Well, when I used to be a big golfer, I'd be done at 10 o'clock my time every day. I wouldn't even look at the market after 10.
Yep.
And I wasn't getting up at 4 my time. I was getting up at 6:30, just as the market was opening my time and seeing what was happening. And that was it. And, I was happy to do that. But once I stopped golfing, then what am I going to do for the rest of the day? Well, along came trade ideas. So
And
here I
now
am.
you're hanging out with all the kids all day,
That's right.
keeping them entertained.
That's right. Okay, Michael, I better get back in both rooms now. So
Yes, sir.
I'll take over the stream. Just give me a moment here, and I guess we'll see you at 2 o'clock
All right, I'll
Eastern.
see you there.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I am back in YouTube. I'm back in Discord, and I'm back in the main room now. So I'm in everything right now. Let me just get my music going. And have that Menzinga feed up. Have you been listening to it and say in the last half hour? I want to before I say something, I want to check with you if you've had that feed up, if you can hear me. So Cass, what are you Cyber 13 in the YouTube room? You're saying yes? Or are you just somebody that had the Benzinga feed up? Because I thought I heard the guy say something about TGTX and Goldman Sachs. So I don't want to say anything unless that is what he said. No, Cyber, okay, there's a Benzinga feed that some of us have access to. It's a live feed, and you hear the guy talking every now and then. So I'm talking about that. And I thought he said something about Goldman Sachs and TGTX. That's all. But I don't want to say anything unless I absolutely know. That's all. That's what I thought he said. Okay, so that's what I thought he said, Rob. So, cautionary, if you're in the TGTX, I mean, Goldman has some weight in all this. They've raised their price target to 6, but so they do have some weight. They could be completely wrong. But I am not just because of that, but I am now out of my trade just because it was struggling to get through that 11 level. What I was going to do is if it took out, I had a price alert, I guess it triggered, but I'm going to put another price alert at 11 just in case it takes out 11 later on. It might, but Goldman does have some weight out there, obviously. Boy, what a strong little, almost stress-free move for RXO guys. We used to see this, some a company would be added to, one of these S&P. There's so many of the S&P small cap, mid cap um, exchanges. This is the 600, I think, the small cap 600. So they made the announcement. I don't know at what point they knew, but certainly after hours it was announced. Yeah, yesterday for after hours yesterday for RXO. And we used to see this sort of a move. Now, maybe it's because the market is so good today that we're seeing this sort of a move. It's called sector status, Scott. So I'm answering somebody in our Discord room. Okay, it's called sector status. So if you click on new and then docked channel bar, so new from our toolbar, from the Trade Ideas toolbar, then click on dock channel bar. And then you have to, I don't like this, but click on show more. I think that you're back to show more. If not, then just scroll down until you see sector status. Okay. Now, are you talking about these or are you talking, that was it? Okay, good. Because I know there's an ETF watcher or something like that that has a lot of, yeah, has a lot of other little ETFs in here. Okay. All right, guys. Now there's the IMAB. I'm looking at a short here. I'm looking at a short. This had the big pop. I missed the boat on shorting it up in this area, but this looks like it wants to drop. So I'm going to, I put a 371 alert. Can't remember why I put that alert. Okay, there's a low of 364. So I don't know if it takes out that. I think that's more my level. Takes out 364 without any news that I can see anyway. I'm going to perhaps take a short on this. And it came from 317, 320. So that would be enough for me. So I'm just going to put that alert right there. All right, guys, let's see if this moves down any further. I'm at, for me anyway. I'm going to put a very tight stop on it. Again, I'm not recommending anybody do this. I'm going to see if it works, if it wants to cascade down a little bit further. So again, I have no idea if that deal about Goldman coming out and saying they put a $6 price target on this, raised it. I don't know from what to what, but a $6 on the TGTX. I don't know if that has if this is having the effect. Seems to me it could be though. So just be aware. I'm not trying to scare anybody out of their position if they already have it and they're convinced this is going higher. But you got to be aware of what is out there. Wonder what the price target they had before to raise it to $6. So they're doing the same as Bank of America. They're following in Bank of America's. So you're either going to believe these guys, well, believe. I mean, these are opinions, of course. Or Wainwright, which has put I think a 20, $4 target on. But let's face it. I don't know. I think probably more people follow Goldman than Wainwright. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Maybe let's see if the VWAP holds for TGTX. Not 1011 is the VWAP. Hey guys, let's see. RXO continues or to define? No, it just is continuing. So it's coming up to close to that high of 1825. Wow, what a move, guys. What a great, great stress-free trade, really, when you look at it. Look at that very minor red candle. Not too many topping tails or bottoming tails on the way up for RXO. Oh, I mentioned it. I think it was right around here, 1720. And then I saw the news on it. I didn't think much of it. I'll be honest. I just thought, okay, the volume wasn't that great at the beginning. Give me a moment, please, guys. Hey, guys. Well, TGTX. Well, let's see if it can hold the VWAP. Right at the VWAP now. Just a little below it. All right, my IMAP short is inching its way down. Nothing fabulous yet, but we'll see how much further it can go down. I mean, at that 360, 367 level. So, you know what? I have mine. If it gets back up to 367, I'll probably just turf it. Look at TGTX now through 10. Now, there's a case in which, hearing that guy talk about Goldman Sachs and TGTX, well, it sort of would have paid off. I wasn't in it. Well, again, it's not the reason I got out of it. It just, for me, it was just struggling to get through 11. Here's an interesting break, guys. AMBC, not a ton of volume, but AMBC. Look at this break on the 15s. Little break out here. Some volume came in. And let's look left to see. I have to look at a weekly chart to see where there could be some resistance. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, the next high in the weekly chart that I can see is 1754. So we're sitting at 1715. It's not bad. And, as long as the market doesn't turn into some giant red bars, this could be an interesting, what's the spread like 13, 16? So it's an okay spread. You know, take the trade, put a stop at the low of that candle, 1704, but a 10-cent stop and see what happens. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just throwing out an idea. In fact, why don't we just do it in the simulator? Oops, let me get rid of my we'll take 400 shares. We'll go in at the market, buy at the market. See, this is how you can practice, you see something, you think, okay, that looks like could be an interesting trade. And I'm going to talk about money management or anything. I'm just going to put a stop at 17. Okay. Oops. That's it. Here's how you can practice though. Okay. You can practice, using our real-time simulator. You don't even need a broker, just need our standard service. You have to be using our downloadable application, not the web-based version. All right, guys. So I may be getting out of this IMAP. I'm just going to give it another penny or so. Here's another one, guys. This cheap one, Hyzen, HYZN. It just kept moving higher and higher all day long. Just well, not quite all day long, just a little bit of a base here, and then a pop off this base. Not a low float. Another EV play. If we can call hydrogen powered commercial vehicles EV, maybe not, but give me a moment, guys. I'm maybe testing something new for trade ideas. Could be exciting. Yikes. As my machine just went absolutely bonkers. And what I'm going to be testing is a long awaited AWS version of trade ideas. They're testing it now, which will mean there'll be I'm assuming then there'll be no distinction between the web-based version and the downloadable application. So I should make sure of that before I say that. All right, I'm still in the IMAB. It didn't go up a couple pennies like it would have got me out of the trade. So I'm still in the IMAB, just waiting to see if we get a big break underneath 360. Market is, yeah, still kind of basing a little bit, maybe a little move down here. So how is Tesla doing right now? Tesla is basing a little bit here around the 119 met area. Obviously, if it takes out 119, it could move down lower. Took out that VWAP a little earlier. Todd, how are you? Haven't seen you for a while. All right, now maybe RXO is getting a little bit ripe for a short here. I mean, it's a strong stock. I mean, it's not my forte to short a strong stock like this, but the next high is 1825. So, but that 18 may block it for a while anyway. Problem is, I don't know where it could go. I don't. It's a strong stock, so I wouldn't expect too much, even on a short, because there's only one kind of what I call semi-parabolic move it made, and that was the 1 o'clock candle. Otherwise, there's pretty narrow candles on the way up. All right, so the guy just said, who was it? It's so I don't like his accent. It's hard for me to understand. Can't remember the name of the firm. He's got a $40 price target now for Cala. See, look at these topping tails on Pally. I mean, you would think how many share? You know what? The last time I looked, I think there were about 12,000 shares available. Interactive brokers. This looks ripe for a fall. I mean, with all these topping tails, the buyers have been trying to get it higher, but the sellers keep knocking it down. Eventually, the sellers or buyers are just going to give up. If they took out 313, now you do have the VWAP to contend with and all, so it may not be the best looking trade, because you might get stalled by the VWAP. So if you had shorts available, maybe there's too much support here. But I just look at these topping tails, one, two, three, and a little one now. Again, what does it mean? The buyers had it up to a certain price, and the sellers keep knock it down. Okay, guys, Kala is on the move here. Who, those of you who have the guy, you know who I'm talking about. Rob, what firm was it that put a what a $40 or $35 price target on Cala? Wedbush, yes, yes, it was Wedbush. You know what? And they're not bad. I mean, can't remember what stock it was a few weeks ago that I thought, okay, it's a Wedbush, and it just exploded. Now that doesn't mean this is going to do what they, what their price target is all about, but there was a stock. I can't remember, maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, pre-market. And it had a big buy rating and a price target, and it just ripped up there. Well, again, Mac, I know you're asking TGTX6. So yeah, Goldman came out and said 6 on it. Does that mean it's going to happen? I mean, obviously not necessarily. If we knew it was going to happen, we just all pile into a short of that one and just ride it to 6. But they do carry some weight. Look at that float, 1.29 million in the float. Yikes. Well, it's just hanging under the VWAP now, 1584, just hanging underneath the VWAP for Cala, Kala. So, I mean, this is, highly speculative. I mean, that's aggressive, obviously, a $47 price target. That's very aggressive with a float like that. I mean, because they know, like everybody else, it can be extremely whippy. But hey, the high yesterday was what, 1749? High today, 1688. So takes out the high today. Stick an alert there and see what happens if it takes out the high of the day, which is only about $1 away. Meanwhile, IMAB is just inching its way down. Actually, Goldman came out and said that about Cala. Okay, guys, look at CBay here. Look at the volume coming into CBay, CBAY, CBay. And boy, what a steady run it's had over the last 2 weeks or so. Let's look left on this one and see what sort of room it has on the weekly. Wow, let's take a look on the monthly then. Yeah, guys, I'm just having some chart issues. Okay, so on the monthly chart, let's take a look. Well, it looks like 666 or so on the monthly chart. Now, I don't know on the weekly where I have to go, but that's back in let's see, February. So it's over about a almost two, well, not quite, I guess, almost 2 years ago, February of 2021. All right, guys. So it is Thursday. So in about 12 minutes or so, 10 minutes or so, I'll be in a marketing meeting. So all I'm in right now is a short of IMAD at 367 and just watching it drift down penny by penny. It got into the high 40s. I more than likely take some out, if not all. Well, depends. Depends what it's looking like. A pretty tight stop on it. So okay, how's Hoth doing? Hoth is, I mean, it's still not terrible. I mean, if it ever catches a bid, again, but look at the volume. The volume is just completely dwindled. But if it took, I have an alert set up here around 1070. Why do I have that? The VWAP is down here around 1015 or so. So I'll put an alert if it takes out the VWAP, number one. I think the 1070 was the high of that candle here. Because you never know. I mean, it's got that crazy low float. And if it all of a sudden the enthusiasm comes back, A lot of times later on in the day, we see the big some big moves, some of the ones that were really flying at the beginning. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen for BXRX. Look at this. I mean, it popped up here, got all the way up here, 488, and when the market opened, it just basically dropped. Oh, and it is short of. Well, I don't think when I first saw it there were shorts available. Okay, guys, I did cover some of the IMAB. Made that little a little jog up here. I was hoping that it would take out that 350, but so I'm out. Basically, what did I cover? Most of it at 354, 354, and now it's starting to. So I'm gonna hang on to just a little chunk of it. But if it gets back up to 367, I'm out everything. That'll be my. That was where I shorted it. Again, I didn't expect a huge move, but hey, gave me a decent RR, risk reward. Oh, thank you, Michael. Yeah, I got rid of it. I see your message there in Discord. Yeah, I got rid of it. Thanks. Just in time to put up another one. GFL, little break here. Some volume coming into GFL. What's the next high looking left? 2963. So it's got to take that out. What's the next high over here? Yeah, to me, there's just too much resistance between, or there could be some resistance between 2960 and 30. So that prevents me from getting excited about this. I don't know what this is. Subordinate voting shares, no par value. Don't know anything about this GFL. I love these sub Rush Street Interactive casinos, except casino hotels. A very specialized sector. Oh, really? Well, he was definitely sick for quite a while. Um, let's take a look. Okay. I think you're right. I don't typically do that, even when I'm demonstrating its use. So let me just take a quick look to see if that's what happens. Excuse me. Well, let's take another buy of A and BC as an example. And we'll go another 400 share, we'll go 200 shares. 200 shares, go in at the market. So yeah, because yeah, so that entry price got adjusted because that trade actually was below that entry like we see here. It was down here around 1710. So yes. Whoa. Marketing meeting starting, guys. Caught up to me. So I'm putting everything on mute. Okay, sorry guys, I'm back. And so this is what I've done with the Cala. I was really ticked off. I was in this meeting and I just didn't act quickly enough. And, I had my price alert set around here, the 16, 17 mark, didn't act quickly enough. Got halted, as I'm sure everybody's aware, got halted. Um, in this meeting, I just had to do it because this just has this look, especially after that Wedbush. I mean, that you know what, Wedbush is pretty powerful, guys. I mean, they are pretty darn powerful. I mean, they're the ones that put on this, what, the $47 price target or whatever the heck it was. So these guys are pretty darn powerful. And so anyway, the bottom line is I was able to get in and out very quickly in something, and so I'm not in this trade right now. But you know what? It takes out 20. I can see that if it takes out 20 again, there could be easily another rush in. But anyway, um, it's amazing. We got to pay more attention to Wedbush as well as Goldman. Now, guys, I am going to try something here. So I'm going to be putting myself on mute. I'm going to try to load what we call our new AWS version. Okay. And they tell me it's supposed to improve the charts and all that. So it's going to take me a bit. I have to change some internal files, and also I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here, so if you have any questions, certainly fire away. But I am going to put myself on mute, and I'm going to have to reload trade ideas if I can find the file to do all this in. Okay, so again, I'll put myself on mute, but watch that Cala if it takes out 20 again. All right, guys, I'm now back, and yeah, so I'm on what's called. I've got a different server that I'm using. This is this test, and I'm just watching to see how the charts load. Okay, so far so good. What I know, shoot, see, this is nuts. I noticed that the intraday chart seemed to take a little bit longer to load, but not. Yeah, okay. Just a slight, looks like the daily loads and then the intraday, just slightly different. Yeah, guys, the Kala. So I mentioned the Kala on a 15 break, on a 20 break. I mean, boy, oh boy. Hmm. Oops. Give me a moment, please, guys. So we might have an issue. Boy, this Kala, guys. I mean, this. Just give me a moment here. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute again. Okay, guys, as okay, all I can say is Kala, 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 obviously. Next time Wedbush says anything, we listen. Okay. I'm struggling with this. Let me see. This is the crazy thing is I'm trying to take I'm trying to take a screenshot of the monitor or even type the text that I'm on mute on the monitor that I'm sharing with you guys, and it won't work. It works on the other two monitors. Now, let me go back to the other. Oh, man. All right, guys, listen, it is 3:01. I'm going to, well, you can't hear, well, I had put the message here because that snippet, that tool that I've been using forever, this guy here doesn't want to work. It works on my other monitors, but not on the one I'm sharing. So I cannot put that, can't put the message here. So I think what I'm going to do is, well, first of all, have fun with the Kala. Be careful with it. But I'm going to put myself on mute now. In fact, what I think I'll do is I'll just shut the room down, okay? Because people might come in and they won't see that they wonder why I'm not talking, and I cannot put the display that I'm on mute. So thanks for all the help today, guys. What a day. I mean, what a crazy, crazy day. We had all those, we had the Kala, we had the NUWE early, we had the Hoth. Wow, what a day. So tomorrow's Friday, yeah. So tomorrow's the last day of the year. And what is the market doing right now? So hey, you never know. We might see the Santa Claus rally, the so-called Santa Claus rally. Remember, it's 5 days plus 2 next week. We'll see what the percentage move was. Frustrating. Okay, so where am I? Just let me get my script together. Okay, as always, thanks for all the help. We'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.